All right, we should be in the building. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Had to switch it up a little bit on today's show. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on? RG3, Aaron B in the building. Tell Toya in the building. What's going on? Shout outs to everybody in the building. Give me 1 second, y'all. I had to switch it up. Did you know that right now, because I'm about to switch everything over, did you know right now we're on an actual cell phone? I did a whole little class the other night. Showed a group of people how to literally run a radio broadcast on their cell phone. That's why I do. This is why I like hardware. Hardware for life, man. We're on a cell phone right now. But I'm about to cheat. I'm about to switch over to my laptop. So give me 1 second. I'm setting up today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. A cell phone right now. Cell phone. When people tell you that, oh man, you know, man, I gotta go buy equipment, man. I gotta go do this, and you know what I'm saying? Come on now. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. We in the building. Give me 1 second. Let me set up today's show. Got a great show for you guys today. Well, tonight. It's tonight. God damn it. It's nighttime already. Shit. Good evening, everybody. God damn. Okay, so look. We're going to be talking about the YNW Melly case. It has started. I told y'all a lot of the best cases are going to start. Actually, a lot of rappers' cases are starting this month. Right after June 9th. I think Thug's case. Yeah, Thug's case took a turn. Dolph's case took a turn. And this YNW Melly case is definitely taking another turn. What's going on, CJ? Yeah, I got you, RG3. Definitely, I got you. If you definitely, I'll show you guys how to do it. Y'all just got to remind me. All right. But, yeah, all of these cases took a turn. Some of these cases, new witnesses have come forward. Some of these cases, all the evidence that they've been waiting to build up, they're starting to put it out now. And this is what all the cases, like Thug's case. Because I've been telling you guys, like, the longer they keep these people, especially because these people aren't just like regular people. These people are like entertainers. So it's not like a regular lawyer is on the court's ass or vice versa and stuff like that. All right. So it's a strong case that, hey, look, my client is actually losing money because of this bullshit. So I keep telling you guys that when it takes the the prosecutor, and when when it takes the state, especially if it's a state or it's a federal RICO case, when it takes them a long time to gather evidence, and most of the evidence that they have is bullshit, it plays in the artist, or the accused, it plays in their favor. Now there's a lot of technicalities that go into it, obviously, like in this YNW Melly case. We've been following it. I've definitely been showing y'all, a bunch of footage, even the footage of the crime scene, and we even went over YNW Cortland, but Bortland. We're gonna get into that a little bit later. I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna go into all the nuances of that. But we even played, like, what he told the police, in the confession room, when he first got locked up, versus how they put the story together, versus what he told them, versus how the bullets were flying in the car. You know what I'm saying? They said it was a drive-by, and in most of the cases, the shots went from, was it right to left. So basically, they were saying that it was a drive-by. In other words, evidence says that the shots came from inside the vehicle. I think they even found one shell casing. One shell casing was missing. They even found one shell casing of the actual murder weapon in the vehicle. Like, how dumb can you get? I'm not even gonna lie. If I'm gonna tell you personally, because I'm really trying to do today's story without my personal bias in it, but I'm gonna give y'all my thoughts, right? If YNW Melly makes it out this is like probably one of the greatest heists ever pulled. You know what I'm saying? Because what people are trying to say, oh, he told and he didn't. No, he didn't tell. Don't let the internet fool y'all. They're just taking new evidence that's being presented in the case and just blowing it up. Because we got the court footage here. We're gonna go over the court footage, a little bit of the court footage. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like, this is really the truth versus procedure. You know what I'm saying? How the police goes about investigating this case is going to stack up more than if he's guilty or not. You know what I'm saying? Because he's been in jail. Evidence says this person's lying. No one is telling. There's cryptic text messages, okay? Nigga, they know where you are GPS wise, because how his phone bouncing off certain towers and stuff like that. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Like, there's so much angles you can attack it, but it's like it's all leading to the same place. Is he guilty or is he not? What's going on, Cut? What's going on, Mac Bones? Is he guilty or is he not guilty? And then, honestly, what's working against everybody is time. Obviously, he's solid. You understand what I'm saying? He's solid. Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of incriminating evidence. Yeah, his homeboy's lying. One thing that they recently presented, which makes sense, but then again, doesn't. They said when they first caught YNW Bortland that he didn't have gunpowder residue on his hands or on his fingernails or whatever. There was really no gunpowder residue. Then they try to say, oh, he went home and changed before he drove their dead bodies back to the hospital. It's so weird. So I don't know. Then there's a report saying he does have gun shot residue. But see, even as a quote unquote tuber that does news and give you guys a lot of current information and stuff like that with what's going on in the world, this is fucking work on air and off air. I'm telling you, some of the videos y'all seen, I came across them also. Other than what, I'm telling you and what you guys have looked up and figured out for yourself. So, the same discernment that you guys have to use for certain information when studying the case or having an interest in the case, or, listening to the case for, entertainment purposes or whatever, I gotta have that same discernment with delivering information and news, or information on what I know or what I've researched to give to you guys. So there has to be a level of discernment here, you know. Okay, we don't need that information. That information is whatever. You know what I'm saying? This is repetitive. This doesn't stand no grounds, you know, holding up in court, or this is not what this person's arguing, or this is the specific lie that was told here that's gonna make a difference further on. You know, all of that shit. You gotta really just, you know, be specific when you're doing your research on certain things and what is known in the case and what is not known in the case. So now everything that's presented, well, everything that they have that's taken all this time is going to be presented in court now. So certain people's stories are going to hold up. Certain people's stories are not going to hold up. For example, remember when young Dolph first died, they were trying to say it was the people in Makeda's that set up young Dolph. Now, honestly, that has resurfaced and is playing another role in what's going on right now, because guess what? They caught you know, Straight Drop's brother, and basically he's quote unquote snitching on everybody. Say, oh yeah, my brother did it. He took this amount of money, blah, blah, blah. Then that case is crazy because Govan, you know, he ended up getting taken into custody, and then everybody, like, I don't know. And then it's crazy because it's crazy to see how the streets is working also, because niggas don't get, there's like more than 10 murders really on record for quote unquote retaliation for Dolph in Memphis and outside of Memphis, including Govan's daughter, who was also a artist that was signed to Little Uzi Vert. So it's so much. Yeah, I'll be everywhere, man. I'm trying to tell you, I'll be everywhere. I'm a hawk. I'm a hawk. I'm telling you, you know. Yeah, so much people. Yeah, a lot of people seem is saying that he's gonna beat the case now, but what's going on in YouTube? They're like, oh, you know, a couple minutes after, not well, like a half an hour, 45 minutes or whatever after the murder, somebody texted Melly to make sure he was okay, and then they're throwing Boosie's name into it. I think Boosie showed up to one of his hearings, and then they're also throwing in Fredo Bang, because obviously Fredo Bang was the rapper that you know, and you know, he just got out, so, and his shit weird too. But Fredo Bang was the artist, another rapper, quote unquote fellow rapper, that picked up YNW Melly after this was supposed to happen. So they might even bring him in for questioning, because it's like, okay, if anybody would know something, it would be him. You know what I'm saying? If he was he's now like a key witness. I don't know how they're gonna get him, but he's basically a key witness now. Did you smell gunpowder residue on him? What car did you pick him up in? Do you still own this car? Can we take it in for forensic? All kinds of shit. You know, because they basically Florida really is a high profile case. You know, and Florida really want to throw this nigga under the bus. And I mean, I ain't gonna lie, I think the nigga did it too. If you want to ask me in my honest opinion, that nigga did it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say it right now. But look, you know, if you a lawyer, whether your client, you gotta look at it from a lawyer's perspective. Yo, whether your client did it or not, can you get them up out of this jam? You know, or what is out there? Like, you know, you just gotta, you know, you gotta think about it. So science is saying one thing. The police put everything together, but the fucked up part about court is that you have to have some type of admission. If you don't have the smoking, they don't even have the murder weapon. They were in court, and I'm gonna switch over to my laptop so I can show you guys. Give me 1 second, man. We still in here. They were in court literally saying, yo, because they locked up YNW Bortland, right? The supposed driver of the car. So he's supposed to be the driver. Melly was supposed to be the shooter or is the shooter, right? They basically was talking because he said he didn't have a phone in the interview. I mean, in the when they were interrogating him or whatever. Yo, they basically said that the man stopped at another location, right? Because they said him and Melly got the same type of phones, and they're on the same quote unquote. They all lived. They lived with each other, right? All four of these dudes, right? And they showed the house that he stopped at. Well, they had the GPS, basically the grid coordinates of the house that he stopped at. They didn't even. They were saying, like I said, it comes down to how the police and how the precinct or whatever handled the case, because they didn't put out a search warrant. They didn't say, hey, maybe the murder weapon might be here. They didn't. There was a lot of stuff that they didn't do, and there's a lot. I mean, look, if you've ever followed any Law and Order case or CSI Miami, or all these shows that try to imitate or like try to get things kind of real as possible on TV or whatever, or just watch Cops or anything, y'all know if law enforcement mishandles your case, that you can still it can get thrown out just off of them mishandling the case. Oh, you searched this person, but you didn't have a search warrant and you didn't do this, blah, blah, blah. So that's a whole nother case. And all the evidence from that gets thrown out. Or sealed or something like that. There's all these clauses that you can like that can happen. For example, with the Young Thug case, they got one of his old phones, or if I'm not mistaken, they got one of his old phones that at the time when the case was going on, they didn't know how to get into that phone. And so it was, I guess it was a newer model at the time or whatever. They couldn't get into that phone to access his messages and blah, blah, blah. They couldn't gain access or hack the phone to get into it, right? They're trying to use that in the case now, and the judge is like, nah, no, that's already sealed. That's already thrown out. So you can't use that as evidence in this case. Even if you found the smoking gun, that was already handled, and we already came to a deal on that. Even though you could use it to really seal this case. So it all works different when it gets to court. You said they trying to make YNW Melly the face of the death penalty. Toya said he's the oracle. Nah, I'm just everywhere and working. You said I mean, I don't know if they're trying to make him the face of it, but yeah, I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. If you look at the pictures, I'm gonna show y'all. If you look at the pictures that they show of I mean, all these niggas were goons, bro. I mean, really, all of these niggas were goons. All right, they're just golds in their mouth and everything. I'm not saying that makes you a goon. I'm not saying that makes you a bad person. All these niggas was goons. Let's just keep it 100. Just you know, and I mean, nothing. I mean, I hate to say it like this. I'm not saying that makes them, deserving of death, but I mean, dudes are just like, especially these younger cats, man. They just it's just really not together. You know, YNW Melly really not together. All right, now you're starting to get success. You're starting to get recognition. Kanye done hopped on, a record or two. You dealing with a little shorty, and you find out that she's like sending like she messing around with your mans or whatever, and then look, you living in a house with like four niggas, so when you start beefing with this one nigga, another nigga takes sides. That all of that goofy shit happens. It happens. But you more closer to this nigga, so it's like y'all two versus you. You know what I'm saying? Happens. And plus, I mean, obviously, you know, these niggas got blood on their hands, man. I mean, not what they, you know, gang affiliations or well, that too. But before a couple of shit happened, you would see pictures of YNW Melly and King Vaughn and a whole bunch of other, you know, cats that are alleged shooters. You would see them in pictures and stuff like that. I mean, obviously you could put two and two together. It's like, oh, that's okay, gotcha. You know, so and you know, honestly, these kids got some karma on their hands, and you know, it's sad, but that's just really what it is. I mean, what we were doing at 14 compared to what they trying to do. Notice I said trying to do today. Yeah, man, come on. Just keep it 100. But honestly, too, it's not even what you know YNW Melly did. I mean, it's a gruesome kill. You know, it's a dirty kill, like point blank range to like, you know, you in a passenger seat and then boom, you know, your whole forehead damn near went through the whole goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Went through the whole goddamn windshield. You know, and then they start showing where the bullets came from, and then after the bodies were, you know, because like I ain't gonna lie, science is a motherfucker. Like after the bodies were sitting for a minute, then you spray up the car again. To make it look like it was a drive-by shooting, like, and what I mean by like science is a motherfucker is that they can tell which bullet hit first. So they can literally, okay, this was the first bullet. This was the next bullet. This was the bullet that did this. This was the bullet that like they can literally. And other than using like looking at the gunshot holes, they can literally get sticks. Like they got sticks that shows like the travel direction of the bullet. See, I'm so see. Y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe on the way, and I give y'all the game. So I give it to you on a different level because, and then I'm also gonna tie this into how the space ricochet. Since we're talking about bullets, do you know what a ricochet? Do you know what ricocheting is, or do you know about bullets ricocheting? Like, do you understand the concept of ricochet? I don't know how to explain. Anyway, I'll explain it later on. Anyway, it's all gonna link together when we're talking about other stuff. All right, that's neither here nor there, nor the price of tea in Thailand. But look, they can tell the bullet travel. They can tell which bullet hit first, how far it was fired, where it was fired. Like it's actually pretty interesting when you like really kind of get into the just in the context of talking about that particular, you know, like exactly what happened. And it just goes back to show that like that is a fucking nasty kill. Like it was just a nasty kill, honestly. And there's like footage of the bodies being taken out because he drove around for a little bit before he went to the hospital. So they could tell how long the bodies were, because you know they gotta tell the time of death and blah blah blah. And then they gotta determine the time of death, and then they gotta, you know, everything has a time stamp on it, obviously. And then they get the cell phone records of where you were at a certain time, and then they cross-reference everything, they line everything up. Because they gotta pin you in a certain location at a particular time. You know what I'm saying? So this versus science versus text messages versus evidence versus the lies and the story being told. It's gonna be an interesting case, though. We're gonna get into it, though. It's Player Talk Radio. Let me switch over to my laptop. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Just put me out. Put me through every emotion. Haven't felt good since emotion. You broke me honest and work it. Just put me out. Put me through every emotion. Haven't felt good since emotion. You broke me honest and work it. I feel it again. I'm not really living. I'm going through motion. I'm watching emotions. So wrap me up like cellophane. I suffocate, nothing but a smile. They keep on making me pick a side. I know you wanna fucking fight, and I got used to being. Nobody gon' get you where you wanna go. Nobody gon' tell you what they really know. Save your time on me, just put me out. Save your time on me, just put me out. Put me through every emotion. Haven't felt good since emotion. You broke me honest and work it. Just put me out. Put me through every emotion. Haven't felt good since emotion. appropriate is it working?
ONG, I just got windy. I got the honey like Winnie. Popping these pills, I got plenty. In me and God, I feel dizzy. You are not here, you not with me. I just put on for my city. I'm spending these reds like I'm Diddy. I'm spending these red like I'm Diddy. ONG, I just got windy. I got the honey like Winnie. Popping these pills, I got plenty. In me and God, I feel dizzy. You are not here, you not with me. I just put on for my city. I'm spending these red like I'm Diddy. Spending these red like I'm Diddy.
I just pulled up on my threat. Fuck credit, no debt. I do not hear what you said. I do not talk when in bed. I do not care about your ex. But she's saying that she with it. She stand back and she fit it. Keep going till you hit the limit. I don't think I have a limit. I don't think I have an issue. She bitchin' like she in the center. I don't think I'm gonna miss you. I don't really wanna diss you, but you gotta get the fuck out. I've been all up in the city. She just wanna know what I'm about. I'm all about, she all about, like we all about, yeah. Late night out, yeah. Turn it down, you know what I heard. Sipping on something that's stronger. I want codeine, oxy in the same cup. I'm in chemical up when I'm on the,
ONG, I just got windy. I got the honey like Winnie. Popping these pills, I got plenty. In me and God, I feel dizzy. You are not here, you not with me. I just put on for my city. I'm spending these reds like I'm Diddy. I'm spending these red like I'm Diddy. ONG, I just got windy. I got the honey like Winnie. Popping these pills, I got plenty. In me and God, I feel dizzy. You are not here, you not with me. I just put on for my city. I'm spending these red like I'm Diddy. Spending these red like I'm Diddy.
I just spent my whole check. I think you're confused by what we had. It's easy for me to forget. Yeah, those words I never said. I like it shallow and light. I like the cup with the Sprite. I like it more than you and I like it shallow and light. I don't need another night. I don't want another fight. We can both agree you're right. Ooh, let's just move on, leave behind. Everything that I said to you when I was fucked up on Xanax wasn't a single word I meant. I wish that I could remember. No, this was never planned. How cold within the winter. I never meant to be like this. I know that I was raised better. I've been popping all the shit, pills that I can't pronounce. Knowing IBM lines, I feel a lot better now. If you call my phone at 4, I'll be throwing it out. Just like I'm throwing you out. 20 for the bill, I just spend my whole check. I think you're confused about what I said. It's easy for me to forget. Yeah, those words I never said. I like it shallow and light. I like the cup with the Sprite. I like it more than you and I like it shallow and light. I like it shallow and light. I like the cup with the Sprite. I like it more than you and I like it shallow and light. Too many times before you. Bet you want me when I cash out you. Bet you want me when I cash out and I know it. I'ma switch up on my lane, yeah. I'ma switch your light, 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 I'ma switch your right, yeah. I'ma switch it out, I'ma switch it up, yeah. Whoa. I'ma switch it up, cocaine in the morning. She want cocaine in the morning and I'm holding it. She want fake love in the back of a Corolla. Need so much money that I cannot roll it. I need me a brand new rollie, yeah. I need me a brand new shorty, yeah. If you wanna step up and get body, yeah. Like go ahead, come get body, yeah. Use that body, yeah. Is she out it, yeah. 17 around my body, yeah. If you bout it, yeah. Fill my whole head with Melly, yeah. I stay poppin', yeah. Break a side bucket, there ain't options, yeah. Oh, I'm bout it, yeah. Oh, you bout it, yeah. Too many times before you. Bet you want me when I cash out you. Bet you want me when I cash out and I know it. I'ma switch up on my lane, yeah. I'ma switch your light, 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 I'ma switch your right, yeah. I'ma switch it out, I'ma switch it up, yeah. Whoa. I'ma switch it, switching on my vision, yeah. Feelings got me off, but still here with precision, yeah. If you miss your money, then you better quit the bitching, yeah. I thought like incision, yeah. Used to be so necessary, now you just decision, yeah. We could take it here, oh, we can hit the kitchen, yeah. I know that you want this money, but you need to stick in, yeah. Pulling up in 85, bitch, you need a drinking, yeah. Hey, sit over right the phone now, if you don't want the soda.
All right, we back. Shout outs to everybody in the building. What's going on, Taylor? Taylor said, "I'm gonna give blood tomorrow morning, girl. Better be careful." Shout outs to Taylor. Taylor giving blood. You got to be careful. Y'all got to be careful, especially sisters, man. Y'all got who's that? I keep forgetting her name, but there's a sister. I forgot her name. I think she donated blood or plasma or something like that, and they got her I don't know, they got her blood cells or whatever, and they keep cloning them or something like that. She has like this I know y'all know her name. She has like this gene or something where like they're literally using this woman's her DNA, her plasma or her blood or whatever to cure like a lot of illnesses and thank you Toy. I knew y'all know her name. Henrietta Lacks. Yeah. You know. So sisters, be a little bit more careful with your, you know what I'm saying, with your blood and your plasma, because they doing a lot of shit that they're not telling you. All right, and they encourage y'all the most to yeah. All right, it's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Let's get the likes up. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. I need to go grab something real quick because I'm about to be sitting here for a good minute. All right, let's go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
Either you're faith or you're in denial, and you've always lacked faith. But I can use you right now. Right now, I need. Always think I'm satisfied, Are you on the way? Are you on time? Or is it on your time? And there's a price to pay. Silicone lips and silicone tongues is fake anyway. I just wanna know, I don't wanna lie, but that's a price to pay. And that's the way you live. Oh, it's been a lot. Either you're fake or you're in denial. And your voice like fake, we get you in trouble. I wanna pull you down so I can pick you up. And there's a price to pay.
I'll keep you around. I'll keep you around. Never been a fan of the hills. You feel like when Technicolor first arrived. There's something that I've never seen. Losing gravity and sense of time. Like both things that I'll never need. I've just been losing composure. Ball-fist and red-faced emotion. 15 labels on my shoulder. It's getting hard not to notice. Only want you to my own. There's no malice in my motive. Carry whatever you're holding. Even if I end up lonely, I'll do it, no motive. All because I want. You're like glass, I'm stone, but I can keep you on. I'll do it, no more. All because you want. You're like glass, I'm stone, but you can keep me on. Never been a fan of this. Never been begging for summer. I always made the time to make time. Always overlooked what's on your mind. I'll take that all in my hand. Your fingerprints still in my bed. Still feel your pulse in my head. Replay the words that you said. I could give you that again. Fistful of sheets and your sweat. Motive, whatever you said. My motive, whatever you. I'll do it, no motive. All because I want. You're like glass, I'm stone, but I can keep you on. I'll do it, no more. All because you want. You're like glass, I'm stone, but you can keep me on.
put this over here real quick. Boost the volume on this one. Hold on, y'all.
I've been painting, picture perfect, how I played it, mad at me, that don't play for me, I got no patience, I'd rather be out your fucking life, or a casualty that lies to me, than go to that shit, I wasn't listening, like back and forth, always back and forth, I never asked for more, I knew it all, never had to prove, but God, I knew it all, I saw the call, you can't take it back, why the fuck is this like every time, it's been every time, at least I got new material, I've been running out like drugs on my mind, pills in my mouth, line after line, I feel alive, it's been 8 months since any sober night, any sober day, oxygen away, oxycontin lays, stuck in my ways, can't feel my face, levitating say, I need you to go, I want you to stay, I wish I could turn back time and let me know, just keep the pace, just walk by, cup with us, used to think I'm nice, I'm not nice, I'm not a good guy, I'm not a good friend, I'm living a lie, I'm painting a picture, it's perfect to your eye, I'm painting a picture, it's perfect to your eye, I'm painting a picture, it's perfect to your eye. There's no one who needs you. There's nothing that I would do to get you back. You're just oxygen in motion. There's no one who sees you. There's nothing that I could do to give you that. You're just oxygen in motion. Oxygen in motion.
All right, we back. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, little Shirley? RG3, man. I've been pushing this brother for years, man. You know what I'm saying? That's my bro after the party, man. Y'all gotta get hit, man. Y'all gotta get hit, man. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on. Shout outs to little Shirley. What's going on, Link in the building? Hold on. Let's go. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. All right, I'm locked in. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Hold on, y'all. Oh, damn.
I see. I know you got a lot of other callers that be calling you every night, yeah. Oh, yeah. I know you wear a lot of different colors, every color looking so right, yeah. I don't wanna hold you down, but you sending all the signals I like, yeah. I don't wanna play these games that you wanna play, let me be straight, oh yeah. You can meet me after your party, I'm not gonna tell nobody. When it's you and me, it's just you and me. I got them tinted so no one else can see. Baby, what you got is something so unique. You just tell me and I'll give you what you need. No one else can supply all your fantasy. No, yeah. Give you all this love like the movies do, Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
If you want me to come through,
Sit my line and knock him through. Hold on, y'all. All right, so yeah, you said you just rehoused a spider and it ran at me. Look, I think it's the month because like since June, I've been at war with this one spider. I ain't gonna lie. His his ass ran for me one time and got away. I was like, all right, because I was sweeping and shit. You know, I think I disturbed him. I don't know, but his ass ran from me one good time and got away from me, and I was like, all right, I'll let you live. You know what I'm saying? You know, but I'm about to sweep the shit out of this corner in the next couple of days, and if he if he dies, he dies, right? Nah, man, that man ran away from me, and I saw him the other day. I just let him live. I was like, you know what? He earned that day, so I was like, all right. Come this weekend though, I'm on your ass though. If I gotta sweep up. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Hold on, y'all. Okay, we are here. All right. My bad, y'all. I'm using a different microphone on today's show. I had this set up because I was recording something not too long ago. But yeah, we just gonna use this microphone. It's a condenser mic, so you might be able to hear construction or something going on in the background. I don't know. So you said I found him outside last week. And oh wow. Oh, so he's an outdoor spider. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, I gotta check out. They don't show me any. I gotta, you know what I gotta do? Let me tell y'all what y'all need to do. If you have a content creator that you are following and you guys are not able to get their notifications, what you gotta do is you gotta hit the bell and turn it off and then turn it back on. You know what I'm saying? So you got to turn it off and then you got to turn it back on. Now, because YouTube get the tripping. Also talking about changes around YouTube. Did you know, in certain countries now, if this is the case, if you guys are watching on the second channel, we might be very close to monetization because, YouTube just lowered their monetization standards to 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours. You know, so they had to put something there to really kind of get other channels incentive to keep going after at least 500. I ain't gonna lie, because it's hard to get 500 subs unless you do some weird shit or go viral or blow up or whatever. It's hard to get 500 subs. So it's like 500, 3,000. But y'all always know it's some bullshit. But nothing good comes after but, y'all. You know? Yeah, that's still a lot of watch. Hell yeah, that's a lot of watch hours. This is work, y'all. This is I don't know how to tell you. This is work. You know? This is work. All right. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is work, okay? So like I said, make sure you guys like, subscribe, and definitely support is encouraged. Support today's show. This is work. Is wizard. I don't know how else to cut and dry. Is what it is, okay? So you gotta come back tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Let's say you wanna get those goals out of the way. And even then, even if you're doing pre-record, oh, that's even more work. You know, so hey, it's up to you. You know? So y'all probably can hear this dog in the back. I can hear everything. Anyway, if you get 500 subs and let's say 3,000 watch hours, I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. That doesn't mean you can monetize ads on your page. So you can monetize anything. You can have if you have any products which is really good. If you have any products that you're selling offline, because honestly, you're supposed to flip your YouTube into some type of business. Oh, we're gonna get into the game. We're gonna get into some real shit. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. I'm about to, really point something out here, okay? I'm about to really point something out here. Because I've seen a lot of, and we're gonna do another show about this, but I'm gonna talk about it here, and it's gonna tie into the last subject, how to space ricochet. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. I've seen the most dumbest couple of live streams within the past 24 hours. You know, well, let's get into it. Let me get into what I'm talking about. Shout outs to Super Sly. You know what I'm saying? Super Sly is you know, doing his thing. I appreciate, a lot of the stuff that he does, all right, let's get to some space news real quick. All right, y'all. Let me walk y'all down real quick. All right, walk a nigga down. Rant. Right. So I told y'all a couple of days ago, not even last week. Allegedly, MOT's running. He's running for Manosphere president. Oh, I'm gonna be the president of the Manosphere. Blah blah blah. Like, bro, what are you talking about, bro? And people are like, "Oh, this is gonna divide the Manosphere. This is gonna do this. This is gonna do that." Right? It's like, bruh. First of all, what? This shit is even getting. It's getting stupider, right? So, I just took that at face value, which I'm telling y'all should take it at face value. Also, it's a joke. A lot of this shit that's going on here, it's just a big ass joke. It's because it's whittling down to the is whittling down. I'm telling y'all, this been happening, and maybe you guys can learn a thing or two about what happens behind the scene. So maybe you can get an understanding of what I'm talking about, because I've been really transparent, which I've been really straightforward with you guys about what happens behind the scenes. Okay, so the manosphere has to answer. The black manosphere at some point gonna have to answer to something. All right, whether it's the new cats in the space, whether it's the talking points being stolen, whether it's whittling down to, okay, what have y'all been doing this whole time? It's whittling down to that. And I'm telling you, there's a new black manosphere that's about to form. And people think that, oh, well, MOT said he's going to be the president of the manosphere and blah, blah, blah. Nigga, he don't have no pull. He doesn't have no pull around nowhere. The president of the manosphere is going to be somebody that doesn't cam up. Nobody's taking this seriously, right? Nobody's taking this seriously. But guess what? The space has to save face for whatever reason. What's going on, Tehran? Right? And then here comes Mr. If I'm not the biggest man in the room, insecure, because he's gonna make it seem like it's about one thing when it's really not. So I guess Super Sly did like an interview with MOT about a presidency run and all this other weird shit that he claims he's about to do in the space, right? Which is just straight up comedy, right? And then you got a lot of these fake brothers running around here talking about some, well, MOT, all he talks about is production and blah 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 and bettering the space and blah 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 bullshit, right? Here comes Mr. If I'm not the biggest man in the room, I just got to pick something that you say to start a beef with you to make myself relevant again. Fantastic. Talking about some, well, I heard him and then I ain't gonna lie, y'all hit me. I've heard about this chick in the space. And shout outs to my truck drivers because they're kind of turning it on truck drivers too. We're gonna get to that a little bit later, right? I forgot Shorty's name. The sister that does trucking all of a sudden and wears cowboy hats. I forgot her name, but y'all, I forgot who directed me that she was dissing. she was dissing me a minute ago, and I thought it went on the radar, but she was definitely talking about me. I guess was a clip that I saw. About like probably like a year from now, I guess, when I landed in Thailand. I was allegedly being dissed, like, oh, cause she thought I was a passport bro. Like she was like, oh, you know, if you're out there having fun in Thailand and doing all this other stuff, you know, they run that whole stupid, why you gotta talk about sisters and diss sisters and all this other stuff, right? It's like, what are you talking about? Talk about sisters and diss sisters. I'm not saying anything that hasn't happened in the media or haven't that I'm not reporting on. And number one, I have not at one time put any other woman even in these places that these quote unquote passport bros allegedly are. I haven't put that over sisters. I haven't said, hey, you know what? This Malaysian chick, she date better than sisters, or she's better than a sister. I've never ever done that. Have I pointed out certain qualities and differences of the West and the East? Of course. Obviously, it's hard to miss when you travel. That's what happens when you're actually traveling. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's something that's not new, obviously not for me at least, but it's a difference that is introduced in the pie. You wouldn't just talk about Western dating unless you're in the West, obviously. Or the differences in culture. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what the passport bros are doing. They're talking about a lot of Western stuff when they shouldn't be in the West. Think about it. So it boils down to, are you actually traveling or not? Do you even go out, nigga? You don't go outside at home. Do you even go outside when you travel? You know, these are really legitimate questions, and they have legitimate answers. So they got me hip to her. So I guess her and MOT kind of linked up. Maybe they should go on a date or whatever. Anyway, and basically was talking about child support and black men in the manosphere complaining and stuff like that. But these are older adults that we're talking about that are in or past their 40s, and they don't have kids. So to a certain degree, if somebody was to say, hey, you know, how you gonna be the president of the manosphere or whatever, or pretend like you're calling the shots and stuff like that, which is really excluding a lot of the other people, which goes back to what I've been telling y'all that's been happening behind the scenes, that all of these niggas really don't even like each other anyway. They tolerate each other. But it all gets exposed by who it always got exposed by. Somebody that wants to complain about something that he talks about, but he's not gung-ho about it. He's just using it as leverage to stay relevant. Fantastic. And this whole child support thing. So, you know, y'all can sit up there and pretend like, oh, the space really vehemently talks about child support. And that's not true. They don't talk about child support. They don't talk about the child support court. They don't talk about none of that stuff. Only a couple of people in the space that talks about that and that's gung-ho about that and build the channel about that. There's only a couple people in the space, but that's not a 3.0 talking point. And it was barely a 2.0 talking point. It was actually Manosphere 1.0 talking point and a dating coach talking point to talk about child support. That's why if you done your homework and your research on the space back in the day, Steve the Dean had a show over on Player Talk. Steve the Dean. Yes, that's Steve the Dean. Steve the Dean had a show over on, I was about to say Player Talk Radio, on Blog Talk Radio. And obviously, other than teaching y'all how to, you know, get at women or date women or whatever, quote unquote, as a dating coach or as a guy that's giving y'all some game, he had another gentleman on the show that went by the name of Squid Dawes. And he was one of the first guys in the space that openly talked about child support and was talking about how black men need to go to court. And, you know, if you got traffic tickets and all this other stuff, get all of that shit out the way, because honestly, you know, women know who to take to court. You know what I'm saying? Who to take and who not to take. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of good brothers were under the thumb of the under the thumb of the court system when it comes to child support. And women can lie their ass off and still get custody and blah blah blah. And you know what's funny? And I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something true. I'm gonna say something that I heard tonight, and it was really true. And I'm not gonna lie, Fantastic did had a good show about it. But it was the people that he was being disingenuous, but it was the people that he had on his show that said more about it than he did. And a guy that should have been got his fair shake in the space LAR movement, he was talking about it. And he said that it's funny how you have a lot of guys in this space that came up under single mothers. And your parent, your mother, obviously, you knew when if she was receiving child support, you kind of knew when she got her check or whatever, because people talk. You're living with somebody, so you kind of know certain things, even as a kid. And it was like some of y'all knew that your mother was receiving child support, and she spent the money on something else, even as a kid. What's going on, Skyfall? She spent the money on something else. Even as a kid, you knew this, that she spent the money on crabs or whatever, or getting her nails done or a birthday party. I don't know, nigga, but you knew she spent the money on something else, right? She spent the money on something else, and you kind of still, he's like, he was like, you still grew up into an adult man and kind of came into the manosphere, understand, the red pill a little bit and some of the gripes that men have in their, in their dealings with women or whatever, or baby mamas or whatever, right? And you're quote unquote for the manosphere, or you basically understand what's going on. That okay, you got a guy that's paying child support, but the money's not going to the child or where the money should be, and feel nothing about it. Don't even bring it up. It's not even a big issue to you. That, like, damn, you know what? I kind of knew that was happening because you lived in a household that probably received a little bit of child support, or you had you were raised by a single mother, and you realized that, hey, not all that money was spent on my education or spent for this or spent for that and stuff like that. You kind of still don't see where the man, where the where the man is coming from. I don't know how to explain it. Basically, how he highlighted it was just perfect. It was something that needed to be unpacked and talked about, and hasn't been talked about in the manosphere. That's a conversation that would push the conversation forward, but people would rather go in these circular conversations. And they would rather go in these circular conversations to basically, I wouldn't even say push the conversation forward, just to keep it going. You can make a lot of whatever you want to make off a repetition. Just repeating yourself. And honestly, repetition in with certain conversations should be had, because obviously, quote unquote, new people are going to be coming into the space, and a conversation that's basically you repeating itself, they can get updated knowledge. I guess they can get updated knowledge of today because you're repeating it more efficient. I don't know. When you repeat stuff over and over again, when it's like lapping. It's like when you do something again, you're more efficient the fourth or fifth time you're discussing a topic or a concept. And sometimes when you're creating content, that translates or whatever. But anyway, basically going into detail of kind of the stuff that's been going on this week, right? So basically, Fantastic's his premise is, okay, well, you guys don't have kids, you guys don't you guys wouldn't understand child support court. You never been in child support court. You never had to fight for custody, blah blah blah. So that's being that's not being concerned about certain brothers in the spaces. What's going on, Sin? That's not being concerned about certain brothers in the spaces gripes. You know what I'm saying? Like, to y'all, it seems like brothers are crying about nothing, but if you've never experienced that, how do you know they're crying about nothing? That's supposed to be the premise. You said I thought we was getting some straightening on AM1's channel, but I guess not. I'm telling y'all, if y'all let these, y'all about to fall into it again. If y'all let these fools, shit, Fantastic and MOT control where the space, they've been controlling what the hell's been going on so far, and the space has gotten sabotaged. Niggas haven't even invested that much into their own channels to really say, oh, I can run the space. A nigga that don't even get on camera, he can't even look the damn camera in the eyes and be serious with y'all. And one thing he doesn't like to be told, MOT, he doesn't like to be told is that, because a lot of dudes will say, hey man, I follow this person for the trucking content, but I don't really give a damn about all of the other shit. They get offended by that. It's like, bro, okay, well, nigga, at least you got a service to offer. You know, a lot of dudes in the space get mad when people don't take life advice from them. You don't have to take life advice from anybody. Like, if I'm talking about tech or something, and you could take something, you can get some mental chewing gum and take something that I say about tech away from the conversation, that's good. Fuck it, at least I helped in some way or form. You don't got to take life advice from me. Everybody's not going to be right about everything. We all looking at things differently. We navigate things differently. Some of our train of thought ain't as simple as everybody else's. But people here get mad about that. They get mad, oh man, you gonna listen to that, but you can't let me tell you what to do in your life. It's like, brother, calm down, like shit. You know? So what I'm saying is, okay, I'm getting tired of warning y'all. It seems like y'all just don't want to listen. So, go ahead, walk into another wall. Just don't complain about not being able to break through that wall. Like, come on now. I already done get y'all to low down on everybody, and it's just playing back out. Niggas ain't getting included in stuff like that. Of course, Fantastic gonna get up here and complain about something. Them niggas been beefing behind the scenes because everybody want to be the big dog and don't realize the space for everybody to eat. Fantastic has to beef with people because if he feels that he's not the biggest dude in the room, because he got the big man complex, if he feels that he's not the most listened to or biggest dude in the room, he gonna fuck it up. That nigga got on here and was like, I never went to anybody's channel and told them how to not do nothing or what not to do and stuff like that. Nigga, yes, you do. And you've been doing it for years, man. What's going on, Spawn? Yeah, you thought MOT was a passport, bro. I told y'all about MOT. That nigga in every gang. How are you gonna be the manager for president? He's a passport, bro. And then I'm the ambassador of the passport, bro. Man, y'all niggas funny as hell. Funny as hell. Now you let that man get on here and talk and really grill y'all about grifting. Remember when he was running around? I'm the president of SYSBM. Remember that too? This nigga in every single gang. This nigga Officer Jenny. Or Nurse Jenny, whichever one. Because they both were popping up all over Pokemon. This nigga drives a truck with a sheriff hat on. Bro, stop it. I've never seen a truck driver in a suit. Yo, I'm gonna wear this suit to drive my truck. That nigga look like Jim Ross off of wrestling. You got the Jim Ross hat. So anyway, man, you know, I just thought that was funny as hell. I'm like, let me guess, they're going through a little bullshit civil war over there. And then the funny thing is that there's so many brothers that come here and get their little heart broken, whether they come here as content creators or the audience member. Like, I thought this was about progression. I thought this was about progression. Yeah, the manosphere about progression until you start talking about actual progression. The niggas get mad. Like, come on, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building, man. We've been going for... Hold on, y'all. We've been going for an hour and 18 minutes. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and support today's show. Support today's show. You can support today's show at $, that's PTV 888. That's $, PTV 888. $, PTV 888. Make sure you guys support today's show. Today's show is definitely supported. Definitely, if you guys would like us to go into overtime or a panel, you said... Yeah, Jim Ross. That nigga, I ain't gonna lie. I told y'all now, nigga. If MOT was to put out a fucking barbecue sauce, I might have to. If that picture is on a fucking barbecue sauce bottle, I may have to get some of that sauce. I'm gonna have to do a fucking review. RG3 said, I spat my water out. I never seen a truck driver in this. Yeah, I got a weird way of delivering jokes. You know, my jokes are in there. Y'all just gotta catch on, you know. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga look like he'll steam, right? Like crawfish. Yeah, that nigga like he'll steam the shit out of a Dungeness crab and give you some sauce with it too. Like, you know. I ain't gonna lie, bro. You know, if the Mississippi Mudflat put out a sauce, you know, and you know, I may have to try it. You know, just saying. So yeah, man. But we'll see how that goes, man. That's you know, the latest in Manosphere news. You know, maybe Edward might return by the end of the month. You never know. You never know, you know. We'll see what's going on, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here, man. So we'll get back to that, man, because you know, we're gonna talk about how the space ricocheted, man, and honestly, that you know, little BS beef, if it's gonna turn into beef, which is gonna be funny if it turns into beef, because y'all gonna see how egos work. Y'all gonna see how egos really work in this space. We gonna see if this presidential run will work, which is not gonna work. It's gonna be funny as hell, and people are really thinking that, oh man, this is gonna divide the manosphere. Certain people are gonna be on MOT side, and certain people are gonna be on like. That shit is for shits and giggles at this point. So anyway, man, let's get into this YNW Melly case, man. Y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe. This was just released, and it's funny because, the case. I'm not saying anybody should go, but it's not like we're talking about model citizens, man. Now, shout outs to my bros in Florida, man. Shout outs to the Miami area, Orlando, Miramar, Pompano, Pembroke Pines. You know what I'm saying? Fort Lauderdale, 954, Broward County. Got mad love for Florida, right? But let's talk about this, man. It's not, even in shit. Speaking of fantastic, Mr. Jacksonville himself. Florida has been turning out like a different level of goons. You know what I'm saying? You keep it southern, but the Florida is kind of, they're on some, in certain places, they on some Chicago type shit. You know what I'm saying? Go look up some of these names that I'm telling y'all. Young and Ace, Whopper with the chopper, Whopper with the chopper, Wham spin the bin, spin the bends. I was about to say Wham spin the bin. Go look up Queso. That's another case we covered. Queso dad snitching on him. Is young. Like, these kids are like 13, 14, 15, 16, shooting Dracos and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, spinning the block when you're 14, 15 is different with spinning the block when you're 30 and shit like that. Like, 30-year-old nigga gonna hang out the windows like, nigga, I'm gonna shoot this nigga in the car. Like, I'm not moving. I'm not sitting in no window. Not doing none of that. When you're 15, you do little tricks and shit, hanging out the window and shit. Nah. These little niggas, dog, they on some other shit, Shout outs to my brother dropping a huge 10 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro. Shout outs. Hold on. Hold on, give me 1 second. I gotta hold on, I gotta do this. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on, we're gonna get into this case. Hold on, what is going on with my computer? Hold on 1 second. Hold on, y'all. I gotta pull something up. Hold up. All right, my bad. All right, got it pulled up. Shout out to my brother Link dropping a huge $10 on the Cash App. Hold on. Link said, let's get that sauce. Yeah, we gotta get MOT to make a sauce or some type of serenade or something. You know what I'm saying? Marmalade of tomorrow. Make some type of marmalade or something, man. We gotta get our hands on this sauce, y'all. This Manosphere sauce. I think the Manosphere probably was better off making sauce. But anyway, what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is nobody deserves to lose their life, but let's not act like these are like, the most upstanding citizens. You know what I'm saying? They're the most modeled after citizens. Like, you need to model how your citizens should be after these. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, you know, this whole shit just it just even if you solve the case, it's like, okay, is there a winner or a loser? And then you can't say, oh man, well it's how they were raised. No, Florida has a lot to do with it. The court system in Florida, corrupt police, all kinds of shit. So it's not these kids' fault also, but it is, it is how you were raised, and what you were raised on and values and stuff like that. Obviously you don't want to be stereotyped, but you got golds in your mouth and you got guns in your video. You're gonna live by the gun, you're gonna die by the gun, blah blah blah, whatever. But this is also showing, hey man, it's not even just that. It's just like, yeah, it's another nigga in the bonnet. I'm kind of walking y'all down. We're gonna slow cook. We're gonna slow cook on today's show. But it's like, bruh, bruh, is this really about this case, or is this more so about, hold on, y'all. Is this really about this case, or is it more so we're really about to show a criminal getting away with murder? Because I'm not gonna lie, if you look at the forensics, Melly did it. If you look at the conversation and certain things, Melly did it. Oh, Melly did that shit. I got some. Hold on, let me see if I can find it right now. Hold on. I want to kind of show y'all. And shout outs to Melly. I mean, people like, oh, y'all were talking about R. Kelly. Y'all could separate the artist from the artist from the crime, or the music from, the artist, whatever. Separate the artist from their regular life, since it's quote unquote entertainment, right? And they were like, can you do that with Gunna? That's like the weirdest comparison I've heard recently. But hey, can you do it with this case too? It's just gonna take somebody to say it. Hold on, let me show y'all something. Melly, if okay, oh yeah, all right. Let me kind of give y'all a update on what we're dealing with real quick. Hold on, all right, listen to this, okay?
I used to just finesse people like iPhones. I stole, my job was stealing everybody's iPhone around school and jailbreaking them bitches, make them bitches mine, and then I sell them bitches. I get a lock iPhone, I get a lock, the iCloud lock. I steal the phone, iCloud lock it, sell it to your ass lock. Then you gotta give me the phone back, because you're gonna think I'm gonna unlock it for you, then I'm gonna drop off. Keep doing it. I mean, like 1,800 a week off this shit. I ain't had no job. I used to just finesse people like iPhones. I stole, my job was stealing everybody's iPhone around school and jailbreaking them bitches, make them bitches mine, and then I sell them bitches. I get a lock iPhone, I get a lock, the iCloud lock. I steal the phone, iCloud lock it, sell it to your ass lock. Then you gotta give me the phone back, because you're gonna think I'm gonna unlock it for you, then I'm gonna drop off.
And need I say more? Such a decent gentleman. Oh man. Basically, if you don't understand the gibberish that he was saying, basically he will put up a post or whatever, or say, yo, I'm gonna sell you an iPhone, and he gonna sell it. It's gonna have a lock on it, okay? Not jailbroken. It's gonna have a lock on it, because your phone is gonna be blacklisted. Okay, so he'll steal some. First of all, he gonna rob Pete to pay Paul. He gonna steal somebody else's phone. Okay, they're gonna report that phone missing. That phone's gonna be blacklisted due to the serial number on the phone. He gonna sell it to you. Okay? You gonna be like, damn, what's going on with the phone that I just bought from you? Damn, I can't unlock it or register it or whatever because it's blacklisted. Let me bring it back to you to see if you can unlock it. Yo, can you unlock this phone, or can you get it off the blacklist or whatever, so I can have a phone, because basically you just bought a phone. He gonna say, yeah, let me see the phone real quick, right? Let me then you hand him the phone to see if his ass can unlock it for you. So foolish you are. So foolish. And then guess what? He drives off. And then does it again. What's going on, Gems? Link said he's saying I got murder on my mind. I know that ain't helping. Of course it's not. And then he changed his last name to Demons. Now, I think it was strategical the way the lawyer was saying it, the woman that was against it, because his last name is Demons. Like, come on now. Now, I think it was strategical the way the lawyer was, saying his name Demons, to kind of say, we're gonna point out that this nigga's evil, but we're gonna not capitalize on something that we could capitalize on and call him a damn demon. You did? All right. So I'm not playing this to say, oh, F Melly, I don't fuck with Melly. I like Melly. I like the music and stuff like that. But the nigga, I know what I know, and that's all I know. He did that shit. He did that shit. Okay. I'm just playing this to show y'all kind of what we dealing with. So I'm gonna play it 2 times again, all right, for the slow and impaired. Let's go.
Keep doing it. I mean, like 1,800 a week off this shit. I ain't had no job. I used to just finesse people like iPhones. My job was stealing everybody's iPhone around school and jailbreaking them bitches, make them bitches mine, and then I sell them bitches. I get a lock iPhone. I get a lock, the iCloud lock. I steal the phone, iCloud lock it, sell it to your ass lock. Then you gotta give me the phone back, because you gonna think I'm gonna unlock it for you, then I'm drop off. Keep doing it. I mean, like 1,800 a week off this shit. I ain't had no job. I used to just finesse people like iPhones. My job was stealing everybody's iPhone around school and jailbreaking them bitches, make them bitches mine, and then I sell them bitches. I get a lock iPhone. I get a lock, the iCloud lock. I steal the phone, iCloud lock it, sell it to your ass lock. Then you gotta give me the phone back, because you gonna think I'm gonna unlock it for you, then I'm drop off. Keep doing it. I mean, like 1,800 a week off this shit. I ain't had no job. I used to just finesse people like.
All right. All right, let's go. All right, we about to start today's show. Make sure y'all guys like and subscribe, support the channel. Make sure you guys share today's show. Do me a solid. All right. All right, so let's get into this. Let's see what this is. I haven't seen this, so let's see what this is. We're gonna react, and we're gonna talk some yak. All right, we're gonna get into the case, and let's see what they got so far. All right, so let's go.
Hey. Yeah, y'all ass, man. Young Jew, get it right. Yeah.
That's Christopher Thomas, known as YNW Juvie. The man accused of murdering him, YNW Melly, is on trial.
And I'm not gonna lie, Melly he moving real weird in court now, because he knows this is it. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna appear in court or something like that, you kind of gotta have to have you gotta have your poker face on. You gotta have your poker face on. So you gotta kind of know that nigga been stressing. He can't even hide it. Like, he got the 1,000-mile stare. It's like, all right, bro, Because you can play the poker face. I mean, because obviously, okay, well, you got months and months before your court date. So, you can pretend like, remind you. These are kids still, man. I mean, I hate to say it. I mean, the brain fully not developed, all kinds of stuff, and they around bullshit, Um, it just is what it is, right? But I ain't gonna lie, when you playing with life and death, I mean, I come on, like, we gotta draw a medium, nigga. Kid, this nigga is wielding a Draco. Kid, Cuda, kid. That's the word you use for this demon. I know people. Listen, I'm being objective. All right, I may agree with you halfway through this show. You never know. I'm just saying, he's still a kid. I guess for now, right? I'm just talking about with his mortality on the line, honestly, because his mortality is not in his hands right now, and hasn't been. But at the same time, like I said, we're dealing with life and death. What about these other two cats? Their mortality wasn't in their hands when he pulled the trigger, right? So this is some bullshit, right? And honestly, the reason why I played this video too is because the family, I want to also let you know, is because, okay, everybody's like, oh, well, the free Melly, but we're not talking about the guys, because they were artists also that were in his camp that had the words YNW, in front of them. Their family has been like, yo, I never really liked them. My son got backdoored, blah, blah, blah. What about the families of the victims? Obviously they're not going to be on the forefront. So a lot of people in the hip hop world, you're going to hear more free Melly than keep that nigga. So, and then the families, obviously the attention, and then also too, y'all, they're grieving. So that's another story. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Shout outs to War Master. Hold on. All right. I don't know why this is taking a long time. It's at 16%, but shout outs to War Master. War Master, your video will be up very soon on all streaming platforms, including Vivo. The beat War Master 7. If y'all don't know, there's actually a second beat you haven't heard, and that shit is fire, but I got y'all on the next music show. The War Master 7 beat will be up. It'll be on Vivo. It'll be on Apple. It'll be on what's the other one? Let me see. I don't know why it's taking long. I've been put it up, but right here it says 16%. And then then there's another one that said they sent it to all streaming platforms. It's gonna be on Tidal. It's gonna be in the DistroVid Gallery, Apple Music, and Vivo. So I'm just waiting for that to come through. You dig? You said he's Klingon. You said he's related to a Worf. He's related to Worf on Star Trek with that shit on his forehead. That's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. But yeah, man. The family doesn't. The family is not amused. The families of the victims are not amused. Basically, what I'm saying. All right. So, all right. Let's get into this. Let's get into it. Hold on. All right. Let me put my thing up. All right. All right. So we locked in. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Support the channel. Let's get into it. The family says he's been betrayed. So let's go.
Accused of killing another man too. Juvie's dad is here with his story. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. Testimony is underway in the trial of Jamel Demons, known by his stage name YNW Melly. Melly is accused of murdering two members of his group, Chris Thomas, who went by YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams, who was known as YNW Sack Chaser. The men were shot to death in an SUV after leaving a late-night recording session on October 26, 2018.
Now, the SUV was a rental. And also, this is the footage that they had, basically showing who was seated where in the car. Okay, who was seated where in the car? So that obviously that's a big deal. All right, so let's go.
With Melly and another group member, Cortland Henry, who went by YNW Bortland. Bortland was driving the SUV. Later that morning, Bortland showed up at the hospital.
And they keep calling him Bortland, okay? And one of the ladies was talking. I think I guess the lawyer, the defense, the lawyer, a lawyer was talking about it because YNW Melly, basically they got to tie him in as this huge drug lord or gang member or whatever, which he is a blood. But the guy's name is Cortland, and what I'm finding weird is that they're not using his actual name. Cortland is Cortland, okay? But they use Bortland because, C's get replaced with B's. Instead of saying I'm coolin', I'm bullin'. All right? Blood talk. Instead of saying kicking back being cool, they say bicking back being cool. Yo, pass me those chocolate chip cookies. Instead of saying pass me those chocolate chip cookies, they said please pass me those Bartlett bit bookies. Bartlett bit bookies. Pass me those Bartlett bit bookies. Okay? Instead of I'm coolin', I'm bullin'. Well, we're talking about Florida. If you're shout outs to my Zoe pounds. I'm zoolin'. Okay? So I'm listening to everything. I'm listening to the wording. I'm listening to you be a fool not to pay attention to any of this stuff. So it's just funny that they're referring to him as Bortland instead of Cortland. And they're referring to YNW Melly so often as YNW Melly or his other name. It's like, okay, which name are you going to choose to refer them as? So every so often they do have to throw in your street name to let people know what you represent, because that is a form of representation. But the Bortland and Cortland thing is weird. Because Cortland is his name, What's going on, Degenerate? Yeah, it's wild. Spawn says, why rapper do they own murders? How much does a hitman cost? Laugh out loud. Well, you still get caught, right? Because I think even in Young Dolph's case, this is coming down to Lil Migo, Black Youngster, and Big Jook. Oh, of course there's Bloods and Crips in Florida. Of course. But it's different on the East Coast, as everybody knows. DC is more so of neighborhoods and stuff like that, or I ain't gonna lie, gas stations and apartment complexes, obviously neighborhoods. In certain places, New York, depending on boroughs and stuff like that. Atlanta, same thing with the neighborhoods and stuff like that. And then a little bit of color is kind of damn near the last thing people really care about on the East Coast, But certain tradition is still, shit. They got Bloods and Crips when I was in Hawaii. They got Bloods and Crips in Hawaii. But obviously LA is a hop, skip, and a jump. It's like 5 hours from Hawaii. I mean, But or 3 hours. It's either 5 or 3 hours. I think it's 3 hours. I'm not sure from Cali. But yeah, they even got Bloods and Crips out here, which is funny as hell. You said this is how we're gonna this is how we are going to hell, messing up the English language. I thought it was stupid when I first heard it. When I first heard that weird-ish SMH. You even got dudes going to jail right now thinking that the police can't understand pig Latin on the phones and shit. And I think they even got some phone calls in this case too. So we're gonna get into it because and don't be surprised if you hear evidence being displayed in today's show. And you can go back and look at other YouTubers and see how they flipped it once it got back to their channel and they're trying to flip it. See us over here at Player Talk Radio, we will go through footage, you know, and stuff like that, and flesh it out, you know. Yeah, B's and C's are worldwide. Degenerate said, well, I'm more so talking about there are in South Florida and Miami. Yeah, you got Zoe, you got Zoes, you got Zoes, you got Bloods, you got Crips, you got Disciples, you got all kinds of shit running around Miami. Hell yeah. Hell, a whole bunch of New York niggas fly down to Miami. Of course you got Bloods and Crips in Miami. Hell yeah, yeah. They in Hawaii. Yep, they everywhere. All right. All right, let's go, y'all. Let's get it.
Hospital, Juvie and Sack Chaser were dead in the car. Melly was not with them. Chris, first of all, I know this has been a difficult almost 5 years now. How are you doing right now with this trial finally starting?
It's kind of overwhelming at times, but doing the best I can at the moment.
A lot of people may not know a lot about your son. What do you want people to know about him? We know he was, an aspiring rapper. He was part of this YNW group.
Chris was a good kid. He's the second of my oldest boys. He's the oldest of his mom's kids, and he loved his whole family. He loved all his friends, and he just got caught up for being too loyal and got betrayed by one of his so-called friends. It's a sad situation for everybody.
Tell me a little bit about that, because, it's my understanding that Juvie was friends with Melly and Sack Chaser for quite some time. Tell me, when did you first come to know Melly?
I met Melly around like 99, like a couple years before Chris met him. I was friends with his Melly's mom, best friend at the time, and that's how I got to know Melly. Then Chris got to know him after that. They was all good kids coming up, just laughing, playing, joking with each other, having fun, like to hang out with each other, and he loved them boys, and he loved them to a fault.
So he was friends with them since they were little kids then, it sounds like.
Yes, man. He went to elementary.
Shout out to Sir Ism in the building. Let's go. What's going on, LaShawn?
As well, and his stepdad and the rest of his family, Melly's family. And the music started, I think, around 2000, maybe 13.
And they were just all making the music together?
Yes. Started from rapping at school until making music together and coming up with the name, the YNW, and it just went from there. And Sack and Chris and Melly and even Jay Green was all founder members of the YNW. Melly was just the face of it. I say now that Chris and Anthony is gone, now he just took everything over.
It sounds like your son and the other guys had a lot of really big dreams.
Yes, ma'am, they did. They love music. They love to perform. And they was on their way, like, to do big things, and it just got cut short. This tragedy. Everybody else around still trying to pick up the pieces. Like, a lot of families got broken with the situation.
Melly is saying that he is innocent. His defense attorneys are saying the state can't prove its case. But it's my understanding you believed from the very beginning that Melly was responsible for your son's death and the death of Anthony.
From the day one, I believe that Melly was responsible for my son's death on October 26th when I first heard the story, because his explanation, when I finally talked to him in Cortland on a FaceTime, their response and how they was reacting, they showed no remorse. They didn't act like they was grieving, like they lost a best friend or nothing. They was, in my opinion, they was in the best spirits. They never came to town, never came to my son's funeral, never came to Sack funeral. And these are best friends. He passed straight through the county of Indian River, went to Brevard and did a music video, but he couldn't even stop and pay his condolences to his best friend's mom. He even got Jana tatted on his neck. That's why his defense attorney got him wearing turtlenecks and shirts to hide his neck, because he got the Jana tatted on his neck. That's Sack mom's name, and he got Chris name and Sack name. And this guy, that guy is just. I have no words for that guy.
What was it in particular that was said on that FaceTime that made you think that Melly was responsible?
Nothing was said. Actually, it was like the demeanor. It was like the body language, really. Like I was just reading them, and as I'm telling them and asking them questions, I got so emotional. I started crying. They wasn't reacting to. They act like they didn't have take a loss at all. That's how I took it. And then when I was talking to them, I still had in the back of my mind that something's not right. Something's not right.
Did they tell you anything about what they claimed happened with the drive-by they claim happened?
No, they had absolutely no explanation. Like we had to figure it out just like the police.
Chris, why do you think that this happened? Why do you think, Melly did this? Because, Melly is on trial. The state has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes. But why do you think this happened?
I think the story about the 200,000 with Anthony was a true story because it's not reported, but Chris told me the same story, and also with a $500,000 play, and Melly was going to get 200,000, Sack was going to get 200,000, Chris was going to get 100,000, and as I'm hearing it from Chris, they was going to sell the YNW brand, not a record deal or nothing like that. It was like for the brand itself, and by them being founding members, they was going to get a piece of the pie. So I don't think Melly did it on his own. I think that manager guy got in his ear and did a little divide and conquer. Because if it was up to Sack, it would never be 100K management.
They were going to sell the YNW name for licensing or to sell products. Or what do you mean they were going to sell the name?
For marketing, licensing, stuff like that. I think they want to go up on the big umbrella just to push them. I think push the brand more global. That's what I'm thinking.
And so you think that Melly wanted a bigger cut of that then?
I think Melly didn't want to give them guys nothing. He wanted to be the only one to shine. And then they came to town next day and gave the mothers 15,000, the other mother 10,000. So I thought to myself, if Sack was going to get 200,000, Chris was getting 100,000. If we could pay these people 25,000, keep 275,000, that's how I saw it. It just nothing added up. Melly still to this day for me to hear him call them boys his best friend is an insult. That is an insult.
Was there any sign of bad blood before your son's life was taken and before Anthony was killed? Or was there any tension there that you knew of?
Not with Juvie, not with Chris, but you heard things about him and Anthony getting into like altercations about disputes about money over certain situations, and they got in a fight prior to that, and they said, like, the story that they say Sack beat him up and knocked his goals out in front of his girlfriend, and like 2 days later, I think that's when the incident happened.
Chris, I know that something that has to be really hard about this is the fact that there are relatives here.
All right, so
relatives of Cortland Henry who are also
run that back a little
goals out in front of his girlfriend and disputes about money over certain situations.
Hold on, y'all.
And they got
what's going on, Rogish?
And they said, like, the story that they say Sack beat him up and knocked his goals out in front of his girlfriend, and like 2 days later, I think that's when the incident happened.
Chris, I know that something.
All right. And they were saying that Sack's girlfriend was always got to be a shorty, man. Always got to be a shorty as to why certain things go down or motivate a guy to make some stupid bonehead ass move. Always got to be a shorty. Okay? So, allegedly, YNW Melly got his goals knocked out, blah blah blah, or that's what he just said, right? Which I never heard that story, right? But anyway, shout out to Rogish. So the guy that manages YNW Melly, y'all, this is why I said the case gets even more thicker. He was King Von's manager. A lot of his artists are getting sent to jail or perishing. Okay, what's going on? What's going on, Black Man? Being brutally honest. Okay, 100K track. A lot of things are happening to his artists. Okay, they're either getting killed, they're either going to jail, or a whole bunch of stuff is happening. So, um, YNW was basically, I guess you could say, like a group, or like I guess it would be YNW Melly's Young Money, so to say, right? And basically, if he signed, he could kind of bankroll their situation and take most of the bonus, or what's going on his record label, and put it into his artist, and basically get them signed. So basically, when they said he was going to sign that over, that's basically what he's kind of talking about. Basically, he's going to have like he'll put together like a group of artists and stuff like that he collaborates with, and basically take some of his record his label money, and basically recoup, or get more money out of the deal, to basically push and promote them, while recouping back what he would owe. It's a lot of shit. We'll get into it a little bit later, but basically, that's kind of how he would make the money back off of his label or imprint. Is basically his company. So I guess, because it's a group, who's rapping, and who put this together, and who gets more of a cut, and blah blah blah. That's what, because these cats that were around him, they're taking pictures with King Von and 5EO Foreign and all these other people and shit. So they're along with them. They're a part of the crew. You know. So basically, that's kind of what was going on. And honestly, even if they didn't look at him as a leader, or the best leader, to a certain degree, his talents and his motion is getting them attention. Do you know what I'm saying? So should it had worked out, it would have made sense. But I know it's all some bullshit after the butt. No homo. Um some bullshit pertaining to women always has to happen. A girlfriend, or somebody they got tatted, or distrust, or loyalty, you know and maybe Sack Chaser, no homo, or the other guy, their loyalty at the time wasn't in the right place. But and maybe they would have apologized later, or made up, or whatever, or fixed what was going on. But guess what? Like all of us in life, even if it's something petty, or you were wrong at the time and stuff like that, it's a luxury to be understood. It's a luxury to not get shot the fuck up every time you make a mistake. It's a luxury to have people or friends around you that will not, or the law, or whatever your circumstances, doesn't take everything to the extreme. But we can't, we can't tell people how they should respond to certain things, nor can we control it. You know what I'm saying? So instead of one nigga being wrong, probably both of you, all of y'all wrong. You can work your way in a situation where no answer is the right answer. You did? No one believes that the person that they will take the bullet for will be the person behind the gun. No one will believe that your best friend will be your killer, but usually your killer, for the most part, you know them. How much boxes do we got to check off? How much hood stories is going to get told? So he giving y'all some game right here. So anyway,
The incident happened.
Chris, I know that something that has to be really hard about this is the fact that there are relatives here, relatives of Cortland Henry, who are also relatives of the victims.
Yes. Chris and Cortland share a sister, and she's my daughter. Her and Chris had the same dad, which is me, and her and Cortland share the same mom. And she took the side of Melly. She still to this day screams Free Melly all on her Facebook, Instagram. She'll go live with the Free Melly shirts, and they just got her brainwashed with the money. They just showering her with gifts and Cortland and got my daughter just brainwashed to the fact that she wishing the killer of her brother was free. I just don't understand that. That's a heartbreaking feeling, man. For me to see that daily, her saying that, that's just heartbreaking.
Do you talk to your daughter about this?
We haven't talked. She was living with me up until the time shortly after the funerals, and then we went our separate ways. I haven't talked to her in over 2 years.
So it sounds like you've lost 2 children.
Yes, ma'am. And them the 2 that look like me the most, and it's crazy.
Are you hoping that this trial, maybe at the end, things can change with your daughter?
Yeah, once she see the truth and them boys get convicted, I'm hoping that her whole demeanor change. But knowing them, they're going to be like, wait till the appeal. He's still innocent. Wait till the appeal. But just have to wait and see, man. It's going to be a process.
I know you watched a lot of the first day of the trial. How did you feel it was going so far? And have you watched today as well?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's going pretty good. It's just a long process. You just got to trust the process in my book. And I think she's doing a good job. I think once the ballistic, the forensics, the cell phone, and when it showed that Chris got shot on his left cheek and the back wrist, he got shot from this side of the car in his left cheek with stifling on his face and the burn marks on his face from the gun muzzle. All that's going to point in one direction to that guy that was sitting in the back driver's side.
And Christine Bradley, the prosecutor, had said yesterday that the medical examiner is going to testify that before the shots were fired into the vehicle, that your son and Anthony, they were already dead. And when those shots went into the vehicle, they had already been shot, and the fatal shots came from the back seat. And that's the testimony that's expected.
Yes, ma'am. From my understanding, yes, the shot that Chris left cheek was the fatal shot that took him out. And then when he staged the drive-by, the shots from the back, they could tell by the way Chris' body was slumped over how, like, it was staged after the fact. Yeah, that's going to come out. I can't wait. That's going to be, like, breaking news.
So that's what I'm saying. Like it's the cover up. You know what I'm saying? The shitty cover up, and then like that honestly, like that really is gonna prove that it's like, yeah, this was planned. This was planned. If he beats this, y'all, I'm not gonna lie, his stock gonna go through the roof. In the rap game, I'm telling you right now, everybody wishes that they can get a sweet deal like Gucci Mane, being able to legally, not legally, but kill somebody and then be like, oh, I got the biggest. Melly will have the biggest bragging rights until he meets his demise or something else happens. Honestly, it's stupid, but that's what he's gonna make a lot of money. He gonna make a fuckload of money if he beats this. Oh man, when did we become so demonic, man? Anyway, anyway.
It was Chris wasn't killed in the drive-by. I know that for a fact.
One thing that Christine Bradley said yesterday was that in the days leading up to this, Melly was learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine blood set, to a gang, Did you know anything about that? Had your son ever discussed anything with you about this gang that Melly was allegedly becoming a part of?
No, that was something he was doing in his private life on his own, separate from Kristen. And Christine or the lawyers was always saying that Chris lived in Miramar. Chris never lived down there. He lived in Gifford. He lived in Gifford, Florida. He might go down there for a day or two, but he always had the same address, same house, same everything up until his time of passing.
Well, I wanted to play some clips from the trial so far. And Chris, I want to get your feelings on some of what was said in opening statements. This is Christine Bradley, the assistant state attorney, talking about what amounts to possibly a confession in this case.
So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demmons is good after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demmons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh.
Chris, when you heard that, what did you think?
Sound like a cryptic confession to me.
So, and this is the crazy part. You know, this is what people on social media are running with. Like, oh, he said I did that. He confessed. He blah blah blah. I get it, and it probably is in context. It probably is a confession, but that's not the smoking gun. That's not the smoking gun. I did that could mean anything. Anybody can twist that. Oh, that was a message that was sent before but didn't go through, and he was responding to something else earlier in the text. Anybody can flip that. Now, do I think YNW Melly is guilty? Hell yeah. I mean, anybody with common sense kind of, bro, you guilty to the motherfucker. But everybody been staying solid. All right, let's see.
Like she said, if you take everything into context, it sounds like he was speaking on the incident that happened, and he admitted to doing it and said, shh, don't say anything about it. That's how I took it.
That sounds like there's going to be some cell phone evidence presented in this case, some other things. Oh, anything you can share with us about that?
Cell phone evidence will show that Melly was in the back seat. Well, they got the surveillance camera of him getting in the back seat, and they also show with the phone. They show him going around the car twice, like shooting up the car or whatever. And then once he gets out the car, they have him getting out the car as well, and on the side of the road. Then he made the FaceTime. Well, they got the surveillance camera of him getting in the back seat, and they also show with the phone. They show him going around the car twice, like shooting up the car or whatever. And then once he gets out the car, they have him getting out the car as well, and on the side of the road. Then he made the FaceTime phone call to Felicia Holmes, Mariah Hamilton's mom, and she's going to testify to that she saw him on the side of the road in the bushes talking about he think that Juvie and Sack was murdered or dead or whatever. And in my opinion, like at that time, like who told him that? So he had to have knowledge of something. So I just think, in my opinion, in my opinion, but me, it was an open and shut case. I think Melly is guilty as charged, and I wish nothing but the death penalty for him.
Let's listen to Christine Bradley again talking about Instagram messages and this whole thing about the loyalty oath to the gang.
From the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamel Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamel Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G Shine Blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative.
So basically, she's basically painting the picture that he's a gang member, and you know, they take advantage of what y'all know about gangs and what y'all don't know about gangs. So she's talking about these messages are being cryptic. Basically, she's putting in the context of these messages are being cryptic because he's replacing his C's with B's and stuff like that. So people are like, oh, I'm learning something. He's being cryptic, you know. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes the jury is full of fools. So you kind of gotta explain like shit to like how you explain to like a 7-year-old when it comes down to the courts and what they know. Basically simplifies stuff. All right. Not saying some people are dumb. Not saying, I mean, some people are, but I'm just saying that's how you got to kind of present what you're trying to do to sway their opinions on, especially on this case. Their answers, should he get the death penalty? Should he blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she might even go into the context of saying that, to join some of these gangs, you have to sacrifice somebody. You may have to kill a motherfucker or two. To join the Bloods, you're going to have to shed some type of blood. You're going to have to, So let's see where she's going with this. Because if he's, I've seen the man running around with red bandanas for a minute. So I'm already assuming he's a Blood. But if she's like, okay, well, he's trying to get into the G Shine, brims or whatever, or whatever they got going on, he may have to. But his own people's, like, it don't make sense. But hey, bro. Then again, she's trying to explain something that probably doesn't make sense, but do make sense on another, you know what I'm saying? On in another context to the jury. So let's go. Let's get it.
A Blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with Crips. B is for Bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamel Demons is dropping C's and using B's.
So her objective here is to get you into the mindset of knowing that they're speaking in quote unquote codes. Okay. And it's not necessarily that they're speaking in codes, because not every time, somebody's communicating, it's in a code. But in this case, she's saying it could be in a code. Okay. So this kind of gives you, especially as a jury member or somebody that's just, oh my God, this is new knowledge. This encourages, I wouldn't say paranoia of the person that you're judging, but this puts it in a different context. All right. So let's go.
And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today.
So, Chris, your thoughts on what Christine Bradley said there. Do you think that your son's death and Anthony's death was in any way related to any type of gang initiation process?
From the text messages and from what I heard her tell me about the text messages, I think so. Because it's other text messages. I don't want to divulge too much information that's going to come out that's going to support that theory.
Let's look at the defense now. Melly's defense attorney obviously saying he's innocent, that they can't prove this. So let's listen to David Howard.
That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision. He zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence.
Chris, what did you think when David Howard said that?
It was all just something that made up. I don't believe nothing that he was just saying. Because that's the same theory that his managers was pushing on us. Like, oh, it's not Melly. You know how the white man always trying to take the black man down and this, that, and another. He's just a successful black guy. I don't want to hear none of that. That's not true. If anything, why him? Why Melly? Why just put this on him? Why Melly? It don't make sense. They just throwing Hail Marys, like throwing stuff to the wall, hoping it sticks.
David Howard also says that the police botched this investigation. Let's listen to him talk about that.
They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. Investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt. And what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, hmm. If you say, hmm, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Miss Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. You should probably get to it.
Wow. So, what were your thoughts? And do you believe that this investigation was botched?
Oh man, I don't think it was botched. I think they did a great job, and everything will come together in the end. And he's just trying to put a little thought in the jury's minds. Like, he wasn't even trying to tell them like he's innocent. He just like trying to like put a reasonable doubt, not that he's innocent. He's not trying to prove his innocence. Like, it's like, to me, they know he did it. They just.
So what he was doing is basically putting it back on the courts. You know what I'm saying? He's basically putting it back on the courts. Like, yo, what is all of this? And has the courts done their job? Have they, you know what I'm saying? Have they done all they could to say, hey, we know that we got the right guy. And if we have a reason to believe that he did what he did, he's like, okay, then why are they still investigating? Where's your evidence? Throw it out there so we can handle it. You know what I'm saying? Because the court process look how long this shit is getting dragged out, and the jury gets dragged into it too. Got to keep showing up and shit. Get up to date what's going on. So obviously they didn't follow up. You know what I'm saying? With Bortland by going, to the address where his phone was pinged during or after the murder, quote unquote, took place. They don't have a weapon. They have the type of pistol that may have fired those rounds, but they don't have a weapon. They don't have the quote unquote smoking gun. They know what gun did it, what type of pistol did it, but they don't have the pistol. They can say, oh, well, his body was slumped when the alleged drive-by bullets were supposed to hit the car, meaning that he was already dead. And now his dead body got pumped with bullets. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, I don't know where. Jesus peace. What type of signal is this thing picking up? All right. Anyway. So yes, it gets weird. Hold on, y'all. Let me do this. Oh, that's actually coming from this. Wow, interesting. All right, my bad, y'all. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, it gets weird. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, okay, clearly one side of the one side did their work. What about the other side? You know? And you're damn right. Melly's being told, yo, shut the fuck up. Yo, this, that, and the third. Obviously, you see how long it's taken? Sometimes they use that as time to get Melly to be on the phone one day and admit. They monitor you. Oh, he told this prison inmate this, or he told this person that, you know? So, you know, time can work against you or it can work with you. And in this case, it kind of looked like it's working with him. And honestly, when in doubt, you know, criticize on how the police and everybody's handling it. Because your job is not to also, you know, prove that your client is innocent. Your job is to also prove that your client may also be a victim. And not necessarily of the loss of his friends, but of the you know, the state and the government and all. He, you know, he just grieves different. Remember, his friends got killed, if anything. So this is more so of the victim being you know. I was watching a video of cops because it's so crazy. They were interviewing this dude, and they knew they had the killer, but the thing is, it was just hard to pin that he was the killer. They arrested him, and he wasn't under arrest, but they tried to question him about. See, what cops do is they try to question you about another murder or another incident that's probably connected, and then get you to talking about that incident and then tie it back into what they want you for. But the thing is that they arrest you for the thing that they wanted you for. But they're bringing you, but they're just trying to get you to bring you in for questioning about another murder that you probably know about, or something else or something similar, to get you to relax and stuff. So the funny thing is that, you know, the people that are in charge of the law break the biggest laws, because cops are incentivized to lie like shit to you. Isn't it funny how cops are incentivized to lie to you, but you go to jail if you lie to them? Cops are incentivized to do all kinds of shit. Lie to you, make you believe this, to get what type of a mission that they want out of you. They're incentivized to lie to you to get a desired effect. But if you lie to them, you go to jail. Make that make sense. Okay? We've been streaming for 2 hours and a half, just about 2 hours and a half, right? Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe. And definitely, this got to make sense. Make sure you guys like and support today's show. Make sure you guys are supporting today's show. You can support at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. $PTV 888. You can also hit the super chat, or you can utilize the PayPal, which I am currently locked out of, but I'll figure it out. You can utilize the PayPal. Okay, we got a lot of stuff to talk about in today's show. On today's show, we're just getting started. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. This is work, and this is really, 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 really high quality content going into the future of this case and some of the stories and things that you will hear about this case. You know what I'm saying? So that you will not be misleaded that we're sitting here and actually going through the details and actually, really giving you some really good game, you know, because I'm telling you, you know, it's incentivized, you know, for police to lie and tell you and give you a spin around. It's incentivized for them to lie, to get a desired a desired a response or an admission of guilt or of a crime, pertaining to you. But if you lied to them, oh, you getting thrown under the bus. Even if they know, even if they're lying to you. Because sometimes they'll lie to you and they're lying to you to get whatever information out of you. Because sometimes they got to know as much as you know. They want to know as much as you know. That's basically the game of cat and mouse that they're going to play with you. So the guy that I was telling you that was that they brought in, he was like, well, he was tying everything they were saying, and he was like really kind of figuring out how they're lying to him or what they were trying to do. And he was like, okay, so why? He was like, you guys have to release me, because if I'm a victim, why was I arrested? Why am I in custody? You know what I'm saying? If I was a victim, why am I arrested, and why am I in custody then? That makes no sense. Which is the truth. Why was he arrested? Why is he in custody? That does make no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. So to a certain degree, YNW Melly, he's a victim. He's a victim. So think about it. Anyway, shout outs to oh God, what the hell is going on with this wire? All right, this is why I don't like to use a condenser mic. Hold on, y'all. Is wires galore. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge. Hold on, y'all. Huge. It's huge. Huge like Donald Trump. Huge. 20 on the Cash App. Hold on. Uh-oh. Right. This is not legal advice. No gangbangers in the chat. This is definitely not legal advice. This is definitely not legal advice, but this is some valid advice, all right? Okay, I'm going to figure out where the hell is this static coming from. I'm being intercepted by the airport that's down the street from my house. I am being intercepted. All right, hold on, y'all. Let's go.
Just trying to get, I don't know. They just know he did. They're not trying to prove his innocence.
I feel like so often you get into the evidence and really the victims get lost in these trials. Just any final words about your son?
It's always forever long live Juvie. I miss him and love him to death. He got a lot of Melly fans that be spamming my inbox and all over. Even y'all guys chat talking about free Melly. But one of their loved ones was to get murdered. And imagine the whole world saying free the alleged killer of that guy. It just make you feel some type of way and just want to crash out yourself because, I don't know, first they trying to make it seem like Chris and Sack was extorting Melly, which is a false narrative that his camp painted. That was never true. And Chris never did nothing to nobody. They can't even say nothing he did to Melly. Nothing that they can't show anything that made him want to do anything to Chris. And that's what got me the way I'm feeling because Chris never did anything. And he loved that dude. And that dude did that to him. I never accept that. And to everybody that's on his side, is on the opposite side of me.
If he's convicted, would you like him to get the death penalty? Because he's the first person to go, have the death penalty as a potential punishment since the law change lowered the threshold for it.
Yes, eye for an eye. Old Testament. I think he deserved it. Because they show no remorse. They still trying to badmouth these boys. And when it happened, Melly and Kristen had Instagram pages. He went on his page. They went on his page. Whoever took all the pictures down of Chris and Anthony. It made it look like they was never existed. If he's so innocent, they never put up a reward to find the killer. They never did a tribute. They never did anything. They even pushed Chris' funeral back from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. just so Melly could make it, and he still didn't show up. And he never showed up to Sack funeral. So this your best friend, and you don't even come to.
Now, there is some truth behind that, because think about it. Y'all listen to rap too. If somebody do something to your homeboy, what's the first thing they talk about? Oh, we gonna slide for such and such. Yo, why is this happening as soon as I go off mute? Hold on, y'all. All right, that's coming. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. We're gonna switch mics. Hold on, y'all. This is why I rather dynamic mics. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. We're gonna get into it. Hold on.
Funeral, I don't know, man. That guy deserves everything coming his way, and I have no sympathy for him or nobody in his family.
Well, Chris Thomas Sr., thank you so much for joining us. I know this is not easy. We appreciate you giving us some of your time, and we hope to see you down there at the trial.
Okay, you will. Thank you, ma'am.
And that's it for this edition of Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. You can listen to and download Sidebar on Apple, Spotify, Google, and wherever else you get your podcasts. And of course, you can always watch it on Law and Crime's YouTube channel.
All right, hold on now. Let me turn this back up. Okay. Yeah, I know. I had a wired connection. Bluetooth is even worse, but I have a wired connection. The wire was picking it up. You know, War Master said some folks will believe a Nigerian prince. All they have to do is send them a little. Listen, man. What I'm saying is, what is the first thing you guys hear when they say, "Oh, somebody killed your homeboy. I'm going to slide for my mans," or blah blah blah. We're going to slide or get back, or who may have done it. So I'm not gonna lie, the father is actually correct. That is kind of weird. Yo, get back gang for Juvie, or get back gang, or slide for this or slide for that. You know? But then again, maybe Juvie and Sack Chaser wasn't really moving right. Maybe, you know, the hood are just people that's around them, you know, that's staying quiet, because, you know, the parents be the last to know. Always be the last to know. Head ass. They be the last to know about what's going on in their kid's life. First of all, and don't be fooled. You know, his dad looked like a cool dude. You know, it looks like, his dad looked like a cool dude. You know, like he's an involved father in his child's life. But your child out here toting machine guns and rocket launchers and shit in the streets. You didn't know about that? Your child out here, he got music videos of him toting endless Dracos and all kinds of stuff. And if something was to happen to him and somebody can't find him, it could come back on your family. You didn't know about that? My son's an angel. He'll never do nothing to nobody.
iPhones. I stole. My job was stealing everybody's iPhone around school and jailbreaking them bitches, make them bitches mine, and then I sell them bitches. I get a lock iPhone. I get a lock. You know the iCloud lock. I steal the phone, iCloud lock it, sell it to your ass lock. Then you gotta give me the phone back, because you gonna think I'm gonna unlock it for you. Then I'm gonna drop off. Keep doing it. I mean, like $1,800 a week off this shit. I ain't had no job. I used to just finesse people like.
Okay. You say he's a sack chaser? You say he's a sack chaser. He ain't never gonna move right. I'm just. It is a hard plane to land. No homo. It's a hard plane to land. All right. Let's see. Let's see what we got here. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Make sure you guys like, subscribe, support today's show. Let's go. All right.
He's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demmons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh.
More than 4 years after two young rappers are shot to death, one of their best friends, YNW Melly, goes on trial, accused of murdering them.
Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason.
YNW Melly's attorneys say he's the victim of a sloppy police investigation. We look at the top 6 moments from day one of YNW Melly's trial. I'm Anjanette Levy, and welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. Jamel Demmons' double murder trial is officially underway in Broward County, Florida. Demmons is known to the hip-hop community as YNW Melly. Melly faces 2 counts of first-degree murder for the October 2018 shooting deaths of his friends, Christopher Thomas, who went by YNW Juvie, and Anthony Williams. He went by YNW Sack Chaser. Melly, Juvie, Sack Chaser, and a 4th YNW member, Cortland Henry, also known as YNW Bortland, left a late-night recording session on October 26, 2018. They were in an SUV driven by Bortland when Juvie and Sack Chaser were shot. Henry showed up at a hospital in Miramar, Florida, and claimed they were the victims of a drive-by shooting. But prosecutors say that's all a lie. Months later, Melly and Bortland were charged with their murders. Prosecutors say Melly was sitting in the back seat and shot his friends. Meanwhile, Melly says he's innocent. He faces the possibility of the death penalty if convicted, and he could get the death penalty more easily than past convicted defendants because of a recent law change which allows a jury to impose the death penalty by a vote of 8-4. Joining me to look at the top 6 moments from day one of YNW Melly's trial is Mina Lona. She is a SiriusXM personality and a host at 100.3 in Philadelphia. That's an R&B station. Mina, welcome back to Sidebar. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, thank you for having me once again.
Yeah, I'm really excited to have you back, and I'm interested to see what you think of what's gone on so far in day one. Let's take a look and get right to it with opening statements from Assistant State Attorney Christine Bradley, who talks about what she believes happened in this case.
On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed 2 of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you're going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has 2 dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has 2 major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by, quote unquote drive-by.
All right, Mina. So the state says this whole thing about a drive-by, that it was staged, it was all fake. Your thoughts on how the state attorney there started off her case?
I honestly, after hearing her full remarks, I have more questions than answers. I thought our opening statement was going to give more clarity as to what happened and why they believe this was a, not a drive-by and a shooting that happened within the car. but I didn't get many answers from what she said. They mentioned that they were using cell phone data to place all the two defendants and then the two people who have passed away in the same car at certain times. They mentioned traffic cams. They mentioned forensic evidence was found in the car. A case was found in the car. Mentioned gang affiliations. They mentioned a whole bunch of things that didn't answer the question. What happened here? What happened? Where is the evidence tying it to Melly? And did Melly commit this murder? And where is that evidence that points to him?
And we heard only a little bit about that. One thing that they pointed to, Mina, that I thought was interesting was this social media message. Social media has become a huge part of criminal prosecutions. Everything you say and do is logged on social media or on your phone. And prosecutors say they have a very incriminating Instagram message from Melly on the morning of the murders, after the murders occurred. So let's take a listen.
You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole...
All right, so y'all see her basically explaining how YNW Melly said, I did that. Right? Basically, right? So let's get to the poll. Get your booty to the poll. All right. I asked you guys, we got 25 votes. Will YNW Melly beat his case? 12% says yes. 44% says no. 32% follows right up after the 44% says hell no. 12%, just as much as people that said yes, says maybe, but he did that shit. He did that shit. You know. So I want to ask you guys, will this be the greatest, I wouldn't even say cover up, but would this be the greatest heist? Not even in Florida history, but in history. I mean, this isn't like they could twist it into a stand your ground law. This isn't and what would this mean for other cases like this? Now, obviously, the average person can't do no shit like this. You don't got the lawyers to fight it, nor the prestige or whatever. It's not a high profile case. But is this gonna set like is this gonna set a hey, if you can set your murder up or premeditate it just like this, or whatever, maybe you can get away with murder too. It's like getting away with murder. Is this asshole gonna get out and legally rap about, hey man, I swindled the prosecution, or niggas can't help but tell on themselves. Nobody takes it to the grave anymore. Literally. And you got to send out a message. I mean, I did that. It's done. Maybe it's like, hey, man, you got to, then some asshole going to get on here. He had to make a sacrifice to the Illuminati. So you never know.
Floor is coding. That's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh.
So the state is basically saying that Melly confessed to this, Mina. So what are your thoughts about that message?
That was the one surprising thing that I think was probably the strongest point that she made. Up until that point, I felt like a lot of the evidence that she said that they had was circumstantial and would not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Melly created the murder. I think that one message is probably the strongest thing that they have, that is some sort of, according to them, an admission of guilt. I want more on that. Who was this message to? How do we know they were talking about that? They have to prove that. And I think on the other end of it is that being the only piece of evidence that they might have that some sort of way admits some guilt, but they have no gun. So there's not a gun that's been found. They have no video of them in this alleged alley that the prosecution is claiming, they drove through. There was no cameras. There's no evidence of tying Melly to this crime except for this one message. So if this is what they have to convince the jurors beyond a reasonable doubt that this very vague message is about the shooting and is in some way some admission of guilt. And in my perspective, I think it's not enough.
Well,
And I mean, and yeah, and the funny thing is, watching these newscasters, which they're not newscasters, they're podcasting at the moment. She got a podcasting mic. Anyway, my thing is that they're pushing this more. Y'all, think about it. They're pushing this text message of which can mean anything. This quote unquote an admission of guilt, because that's really what they're trying to do, right? Or how they're trying to push it, right? They're pushing this text message more than the scientific evidence of him being where the bullets came from and him being in the back seat. Makes no sense. Let's go.
Melly's defense attorney, David A. Howard, he doesn't think it's enough either. And he says his client is on trial because Miramar police conducted a sloppy investigation and basically decided he was guilty from the get-go. Take a listen.
3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these two young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it.
All right, Mina, this is something we commonly hear in these cases, that the police didn't dot all their I's and cross all of their T's, that they did a bad job. Your thoughts on what they are arguing thus far?
I will say he raised doubt in my mind.
And that's the thing too, y'all. How let me hold on, put this thing in this. Okay, that's the thing too, how you got to look at it. if you have all these people telling on themselves on social media, right? If people are telling on themselves, honestly, you're not letting. I mean, obviously, it is their jobs. Obviously, somebody telling on themselves, obviously, right? But it's like you're not letting you're doing their jobs for them. You're making their job easier. So some people, especially people that go to court, they're getting up. I mean, it's a job, obviously, just like, the show, it's a job, it's work. 2 hours and 56 minutes into the show. Hopefully you guys are getting where I'm going with the podcast, is that the more evidence that they give them, it's like, you got to let these people do their job. Let them find out what's going on. Let them actually investigate and put certain things together. Stop doing their job for them, basically. But honestly, I mean, if people are kind of just giving up all the information willingly, and you really don't got to do nothing, yeah, you're going to move a little bit sloppy. Yeah, you're going to think, well, they already have an admission. We already know that the shots were fired in the car. But what else do you want us to do? Get a search warrant, find a murder weapon, do this, like, and it's not like they didn't have the time. They look at it. Was it 4 years? God damn. 4 years, y'all. So somebody getting out, something time served, something happening. Something finna happen. War Master said Broward County can't count its votes every year. Florida is weird. Yeah. They lose an airplane full of ballots every year. All right, let's go, y'all.
Because up to this, we didn't know much about this trial. And all we knew were that they believed that Melly committed the shooting because he was sitting at the rear of the car on the passenger side. And some of the angles from the forensic evidence pointed that it came from that angle, right? But until this point, I didn't know if there were any other people that potentially could have done this murder. But this attorney actually place a large amount of reasonable doubt into my mind. I'm going to read off some of my notes here.
What all do you want from me? ARs and 223s. He did that shit.
Because in that opening statement, he mentioned a couple of people. First of all, he started to point at the driver. The driver apparently had an inconsistent story, had a change of clothes, which I wasn't aware of until this point, and had gunpowder on his hands, according to this attorney. So that placed a large amount of reasonable doubt into my mind. He also mentioned.
So that's what I was saying, because we did a show where we had Bortland, and they said he didn't have any of that stuff on him. They fingerprinted him. They did everything. All right, so let's go.
Another individual, Montrell Roll, who was discussing
what's going on, UFO War Master. That's going to be an uphill battle. That's going to be an uphill battle, bro. That's going to be an uphill battle.
This murder that weren't available to the public. He mentioned another social media person called Mr. Coburn, who somehow admitted to some murders. He basically really made me think that maybe some other people are involved, and the police have not really investigated those avenues.
Well, Mina, you kind of stole my thunder there a little bit, but it's okay. You're on top of it. I say that I love you. It's so funny. We were kind of on the same wavelength here, but you're right. I mean, he is saying there are a lot of issues with this case, and one of the things he says is that the Miramar police ignored other leads and didn't look at other people, specifically people who were essentially confessing to these murders. And again, social media comes up.
Then there's Robert Coburn. Who is he? He's a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your niggas. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Colbert, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Coburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith.
So, Mina, we have somebody on social media saying we did it or I did it. And he's saying police didn't tie up that loose end. They didn't explore that avenue because they already had their guy. Kind of something you alluded to earlier.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very obvious from some of the even the people that they brought on the stand. I mean, one particular, the lead detective, the Miramar PD, Hector Birch.
And that's another thing too, because some of these precincts will be like, oh well, we already got our guy. That's out of our control. That's in their control. Let them handle it. Let them handle it. Oh well, the guy that did it's already locked up. He's just lying. Okay, well that's up to the let them handle it. Literally, that's how they do it. All right.
Trand, while he was questioning Mr. Colton Henry, who's the driver, he said, I think I know what happened here. And he's, Mr. Henry is telling him, we were the victims of a drive-by shooting and I feared for my life and this happened and I'm scared. And the PD, the lead detective says, okay, well, our investigation doesn't prove that this was a drive-by shooting. So tell me what really happened, because I think I know what happened. So I think even that in itself, to me, really supported what that attorney was saying, in that they already had their guy and they wanted to kind of, I guess, make that kind of align the evidence so it points to Melly without having concrete evidence.
Well, the first witness called to the stand was Miramar police officer Jessica Amangor. She was on duty at the hospital in the emergency room that morning. She described YNW Bortland, that's Cortland Henry, coming into the ER.
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently, to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in the shooting. I can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Then Amangor testified about being at the hospital when Bortland showed up with Juvie
God
and
damn.
Sack Chaser.
Hold on. Run
morning.
that back.
Hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently, to respond to the hospital. I have a vehicle that's been involved in the shooting. I can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Then Amangor testified about being at the hospital when Bortland showed up with Juvie and Sack Chaser in the Jeep that morning. Surveillance video played showing the SUV pulling into the hospital, and then Henry going into the ER and Juvie and Sack Chaser being placed on stretchers. Amangor said she tried to help the men, but they were dead. Then there was a somewhat dramatic moment on cross where Melly's attorneys pointed out that the ER was a crime scene, but there was really no log of who was coming and going. There was another moment as well.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Cortland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
All right. So we have a couple of things going on there. Mina, we have basically the defense attorneys pointing out that this was a crime scene. Nobody was allowed in or out, but you're not keeping track of who's in and out. So people could have been traipsing around, contaminating the crime scene. Maybe you didn't know who was there or who wasn't. But then this dramatic moment where they have Melly stand up and she's like, yeah, I didn't see him in the Jeep. And the state's whole thing is that Melly was in the back of the car, fired the shots, and then they staged it to look like a drive-by, but he's nowhere to be found.
Right. I think it just adds to the questions. That attorney is doing a great job of just, instead of, instead of allowing the prosecution to, carry out their narrative, he's adding to the questions of, well, you guys didn't properly handle this. Why? Where's the log? Did you do this? Did you do that? I thought another really important moment was during that video where they were showing Melly's friends being carried out. He shed a tear from what I saw. And it was an emotional moment for him, which I thought was really, really important to see him kind of tear up and get emotional at seeing his friends carried out on the stretcher and headed into the hospital. I thought that was really important as well.
It's very interesting. And obviously they have, I'm sure, spoken with Melly about how he is to conduct himself in the courtroom. I mean, he's been in jail for 4 years. They've had years to prepare for this trial. So they know what's coming in the evidence. They see the witnesses who get on the stand. They basically know what they're going to testify to. So there is a little bit of showmanship going on here, a little bit of, performance art. We always have that in trials.
Right. What were your thoughts on everything that we saw today?
I thought it was super interesting. I still have a lot of questions. Obviously, I want to know what exactly they have that's tying Melly to this.
Right.
I'm interested in the fact that they're saying that the state attorney's office went to the sheriff's office and said, hey, can you look this over? I want to hear more about that they're saying this is the biggest mess we've ever seen, because that to me is very concerning, because you can't go back in time. We always hear about how important it is in the first stages of the investigation to collect all of the evidence and get it right. So I think we need more information, and it's certainly too early to make up our minds on any of this.
I agree. I also think a fair amount of reasonable doubt was placed during these opening statements, at least in my mind. So I do want to see how this plays out and what kind of, how they're going to.
Bro, you're trying to find information from 4 years ago.
All that
4 years ago. Four years. It works against everybody when it takes this long to really pin something, but they must have something to hold a man for 4 years like that. He might be going down. I don't know, yo.
Evidence, because I think it was really important that the attorney, Melly's attorney, actually started pointing fingers at the other young man. His name is Cortland Henry. I never even considered that until this point. But I also thought it was important when Officer Jessica Amengor took the stand. She also noted that there was no blood on Henry's clothing as well, and said, I thought that was odd. So now I have a whole nother possibility in my mind. And as I mentioned before, there are a lot of questions and not enough answers at this point. And hopefully as the trial moves on, we'll have more answers.
Well, and another thing too, I mean, they said there were 16 holes. This vehicle was riddled with bullets. So if bullets are flying and your friends are being shot, one's in the front seat, another in the back, how are you not getting blood on you? How are you not getting injured? So that is a big question right there. And I think that the defense pointing to Cortland Henry makes complete sense because he can be the fall guy, or at least one of them. So we're going to be watching this very closely. I'm very interested.
And that's what I'm saying. Like if they're killing the car, they call it kill the car, right? If your car is getting Swiss cheesed by high caliber rounds, not one of them bullets hit you or your friend. Shit, some of them bullets will go right through somebody's body and still hit you. Ricochet. Today's podcast has been running for approximately 3 hours and 12 minutes. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. Definitely answer the poll. Hit the like button, answer the poll, share the show, and most definitely support the show. You can support the show at $, that's $PTV888. That is $PTV888. You can also support via the super chat or PayPal. You dig? Definitely support the show. This show is supported by the viewers, and that is you. And I want you guys to really pay attention to why they keep saying Bortland instead of Cortland. Why do they keep saying Bortland instead of Cortland? So he was locked up for a little bit for this case, and then he made bond. You know what I'm saying? He got out. I guess he made bond because they're like, oh, he's the driver, blah, blah, blah. He drove them, basically kind of turning himself in. It made YNW Melly look a little bit better because he turned himself in too also. He turned himself in. But Cortland ended up getting out. You know what I'm saying? Cortland ended up getting out of jail, and then ended up violating his probation or whatever he did, or I think he ended up getting locked up again and ended up going back in. So it'll be crazy if he gets dragged into it as one of the, if they were to say, oh, well, Melly shot them in the car and he walked around the car and started spraying the vehicle or whatever, they might say that. Never know. Or, you know, but they're not holding, they're tying Melly to the whole thing. And they're not throwing Bortland into it unless he's like an accessory to the crime after the fact, or you know, it's weird. You know what's going on, James? All right, so let's get back into it. Let's go.
In it, and we know our audience is too. Mina Lona, thank you as always for coming on. We appreciate it. We'll be watching this closely.
Of course, thank you.
Counselor, you're suggesting who is your next witness?
Leandra Phillips,
And what she had testified to?
the identity of the deceased, Christopher Thomas.
All right, and
May I ask the relationship of Ms. Phillips?
The mother.
We would object on the grounds of that case.
all right, and Counselor, the way I read the case earlier, it basically said it's not the preferred method because they're concerned, and I asked you whether you spoke to the witness and, concerned about her getting emotional on the stand. You said you did, correct?
Yes, sir, we talked about that, and then what I can also do to alleviate that is have them authenticate the USB and the drive, but not publish it until after they are off the stand.
And counsel also indicated he was objecting not so much that he was concerned about her being emotional, just the effect it would have on the insured, is the way I understand it. Is that correct, counsel?
That's correct, sir.
And so he was saying that there's other witnesses available who can testify to basically the same thing. And my recollection in sidebars, you said that you didn't have other, and you put in the words, credible witnesses that would be able to identify the deceit. Is that correct?
That are non-law enforcement, that is correct.
And that we would respectfully suggest that suggests that these two decedents knew nobody in this world except their family, which is hard to believe, and that in itself is not credible contention. The state's been investigating this case for 4 years. This trial is anticipated to last beyond the next few weeks, and we strenuously object to this process being engaged in dereliction or in violation of the case law, not a case, many cases.
Again, I have to pull a case up that I found out of Supreme Court. I believe it was Rodriguez, in the case State v. Rodriguez. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. But that also indicated, as a general rule, it didn't say it can never happen, and it also talked about whether there are other credible witnesses that could basically testify to those issues that the alleged victim is dead, one of the elements of proof the state has. So I'll find that case again and just see exactly what it says, but that was my recollection. The second thing though is, I thought this was resolved by, you made a suggestion that you're going to stipulate to it, and so we tabled it. That was the understanding that I asked about having the stipulation. When would that be, and when would that happen? And you indicated that after, I guess, the luncheon recess or something, that you had further conversation, and you were not inclined to enter the stipulation after discussing that with your client.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's correct. And here's the thing: I would think that if that the state would be for there to be a complete record, to be able to put on the record a good faith effort that it made to identify anybody on this planet that knows these two decedents other than their family. Saying we spoke to two people and they declined or couldn't, wouldn't cut it. So I think the record would have to contain an itemization of their efforts before the court draws a conclusion that the only witnesses who would suffice are the ones that the case law discourages.
I'm looking at the case now. So.
The citation of the other case, Your Honor. I don't need to read it into record. I'm sure the court has.
The one I'm reading is Rodriguez v. State, and it's cited at 919 Southern 2nd, 1252, and it's really just a short paragraph, very generic, but it basically says that's not the preferred method to identify, as long as there's non-related credible witnesses are available to testify as to the identity of the deceased.
And I believe the seminal case is Weltry v. State, 402 Southern 2nd, 1159. It's from 1981.
402
Southern 2nd, 1159.
I apologize. I gotta get out of this.
That's a seminal case, Your Honor, and I would just respect
402
Southern 2nd, 1159, Florida, 1981. And I would just as the gatekeeper, Your Honor, if the rule is that a member of a victim's family should not identify a victim at trial where non-related credible witnesses are available to make such identification, I would assume the predicate for making such a determination would be identifying that non-related credible witnesses are indeed unavailable, which would require the state to document its efforts in obtaining them.
I believe that was already put on the record at sidebar as to those efforts that were made.
If that's what they wish to rest on, Your Honor, we would contend that it's insufficient. It was a declarative statement with no detail.
So they're waiting for the defense to basically they're waiting to see what type of evidence is going to be presented before they start defending anybody, because basically they just want to see what the court has, and basically they just don't at this point. They're just exhausting the stamina. They're just throwing it on the courts. They're throwing it on the courts and saying that they didn't do a good job with the investigation. And believe it or not, that's actually the smartest thing to do, because it may come back in the future that certain things wasn't handled correctly, and this may draw back to their whole point of, okay, well, we started off with this case wasn't being handled correctly anyway. The case wasn't being handled correctly anyway, so like, come on now. So this is interesting. This is interesting how they're presenting their case. And the state is bluffing at this point. The state is bluffing at this point, try to make the whole I did that that can be inadmissible. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I guess they're trying to wait to see who's gonna show their hand first. But honestly, you don't. There's a lot of stuff that they don't have. They don't have the smoking gun. They don't have anything else. And I think it's to a point where they just believe that, okay, well, we got the guy, so case closed. What really is there to other than wait till court and prove stuff 4 years later? What's the point of working hard right now? What's the point of So the difference between him and the average cat is that he has a lawyer, and a damn good lawyer too, from the label. Sadly, the lawyer's not representing Bortland, who I don't know if he signed to them or whatever, but not representing Bortland, and not representing the other two victims. Melly is the money, so let's go. And the crazy thing is that they're going to be looking for remorse. And they're going to be looking for remorse, and they're going to be looking for remorse, and they're going to be looking for just some type of emotion from Melly in court. And it's like, bruh, I mean, yeah, you're gonna feel sad. I mean, like, yeah, they're watching his body language, bruh, you're getting accused of killing your two friends, and you're allegedly a victim because you were supposed to be in a car also that's being shot up. How you acting? How you acting? But then at the same time, you can't tell nobody how to grieve, how long they should be grieving, and how they should be responding. How they should, be going through their grieving process. But at the same time, not gonna lie, something should be there. And he just look like he fighting the case. He don't even look like I mean, obviously, to a certain degree in the streets, you don't want to really move or label yourself as a victim. But bro, you haven't been in the streets for 4 years, and then think about it too. I mean, obviously, you got to keep a tough persona, because you do want to give, if this is the case, which is not being talked about, you do want to give people the indication that you're gonna slide back for your mans. If that was the case, so that's what happened. Well, we went over we might do it again. If you guys are very interested in this subject. But when we went over Bortland's statements and his interrogation, they were kind of egging that on, if you really was to read between the lines, right? They were kind of like, oh well, we kind of wanted to sit you down and sit you in here and talk to you, because we don't want you to retaliate. We thinking y'all are gonna retaliate. We don't want you to retaliate. And see, like I said, cops can lie to you, but you get jail time if you lie to them. They have all the incentive to lie to you, but you better not be caught lying to them. You can catch the police lying to you, and nothing will happen. But you better not be caught lying to them. Now, they could have been saying that to say, hey, we really don't want you to retaliate because we believe you. Or they could be using that to get more information out of you. Oh, how do you feel about this? Do you know who may have done it? Who would you retaliate against? If that's the case, or will there be some type of retaliation, not by you, but because people got love, for these two guys that have been, they want to get back, blah blah blah. You understand what I'm saying? There has to be some type of middle ground there. So they can still even use that to see where your head is at, if you were involved in this, or if you had any remorse or whatever. And it's kind of checking out with with the parents and the father and of the victims, and what a lot of people are saying. There kind of really is no remorse. There really is no remorse. Right, UFO kamikaze. He definitely was joking and laughing with the female attorney said to him, and they will, and like I said, like just like how we're watching the case right here, and you're just looking at the body language, looking at everybody else in the courtroom and hearing what's going on. People will pause at that particular moment, screenshot it, and then run with a whole YouTube video. YNW Melly laughs in court, and then put under the captions like some shit he never said. Y'all can't stop me, or something like that. They'll do some dumb shit like that, and everybody gonna be like, oh my God, he said y'all can't stop me in the court. Then y'all go look at the actual court case, and he didn't say nothing like that. Somebody put the captions, I did that. But guess what? That's clickbait. Y'all click it, y'all like it, y'all support it, and that's what y'all go for. Shows like this don't get supported like that when it comes down to actually really, the majority of the people are not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm not going to watch 22 minutes of in-court footage to see what's actually going on, when I could just run with the lie or run with somebody else's bias. Internet works. The internet is weird, because the internet is different than television, but it's kind of working like television at the moment, because nobody else has an idea of how anything else works. So they go after what they know that semi works, which is TV. It's kind of harder to disprove a lie on a television program, and it's easier to do it on the internet. You know what I'm saying? You can just do a bit of research. You can't yell back. A lot of people do yell back at the TV, but you can't. TV not giving a damn if you yell back at it. Whereas the internet, you can at least go in the comment section or drop a link or talk to a content creator or something like that. All right. So definitely have a harder job than television, even if a motherfucker was trying to get on here and lie their ass off. You know what I'm saying? Especially on a case like this where you can just easily do your research or watch the court footage, which is what we're doing right now, which is the most responsible thing to do when covering a case like this and giving good information and great content. So let's go. So, there's just going to be so many different variables and BS things that you're going to see pertaining to this case. So this is why I make sure that you guys get the right information. So going forward, whether it's people in this sector or other sectors that just are going to lie and take things up out of context, at least, you guys could be abreast of what's going on. So let's go. What's going on, Rainwater?
So in this case, though, that you're citing, it basically says it's clear from the record that the brothers' identification testimony was not of such a nature as to evoke the sympathy of the jury or to prejudice the defendant. Nor can we say that the brothers' testimony was not necessary to establish the identity of the deceased beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, the neutral witness referred to by Welty were a fingerprint technician who testified that the prints from the victim's right hand matched the prints of Burkhalter on file with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As a result, in April 1976, DWI arrested Burkhalter, a former member of the Castleberry Police Department who had arrested Burkhalter in 76 for DWI and who identified Burkhalter from the 1976 mugshot taken at the time of the DWI arrest. Even though Welty was willing to stipulate to the identity of the victim, this did not prevent the state from presenting additional relevant evidence to prove identity beyond a reasonable doubt. We find the trial court did not reversibly err in permitting this testimony.
Right. It's not precluded in instances where it's necessary and they can establish a necessary predicate. They can't do so. And we're also inviting error by taking the risk that unfolds when the state has ample resources and time to go and find a witness that's suitable and comports with proper protocol.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Well, this is my thought. I wasn't, as I indicated, I wasn't aware of the rule previously. I've tried many homicide cases, and 90% of the time it's stipulated to, although I have had people testify as to the identity. I'm not certain whether they're family members or not, so I don't want to take that lead. I wasn't familiar with the case, but the case seems clear. It's not the preferred method. Don't do it. They're objecting to it. So at this juncture, I haven't heard exactly what efforts were made. I don't know if there are any other witnesses, so we're just going to table it for now. I want to hear whether or not you can have another witness testify as to a non-related credible witness testify as to the identity of the two victims, Mr. Williams and Mr. Thomas. Right?
Yes.
All right, so do you have any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so we're just going to adjourn now. How does this issue with the medical examiner, how's that going to play out?
We will address scheduling on that, moving around witnesses right now for tomorrow. So we will be plenty of witnesses for tomorrow. I'm still juggling people around to fill in some of those gaps.
Anything else to discuss, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing, sir.
All right, just bring the jury in and I'm going to tell them we're done for the day.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid. Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Okay, so this video is supposed to show the victim's hours before the murder took place. So this is my first time seeing this, so let's take a look. Let's see what exactly is going on. So it look like a parking lot. Okay, that's them leaving. Wow. Somebody said they were asleep too in the studio, so I don't know. Shout outs to Raj in the building. This stupid. Hashtag DSB. So this should be the footage that's like outside of the studio. Damn. Everybody on their phones. Everybody looked the same, y'all. So I don't know who is who. I think I saw Melly. Okay, so this look like inside the studio. I guess they took the cameras from the studio to make sure they didn't get an, I guess, an altercation or argument or something. You know, they gotta backtrack everything. So hold on, y'all. Oh man, I'm sitting up here watching another set of footage with them pulling the bodies out the car. Ugh, this is nuts. Putting them on a stretcher. Shout outs to Raven. What's going on, Raven, in the building? Raven says he's going to prison. They're setting up a cell next to Fetty Wap. They will form a new group when they get out and bring gospel rap to the forefront. That's crazy, man. All of this footage, y'all. All of this footage, they still, I think they still fumbled this case. Fumbled the hell out of this case, man. Hold on, y'all. All right, so this is them leaving. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute real quick. So you have a couple of people here saying that, in their opinion, that the lawyer has a good point. Why would Melly shoot his own friends? They said just because they disrespected his mother and all kinds of stuff, there's no way that Melly would just kill his his lifelong friends for that. And I mean, even if there was, what this guy is saying is true. Like, the prosecution is not really putting the facts together, and they are being a bit sloppy with this case. And like I said, you know, they're being sloppy with this case, and he might get off for murder. This footage is crazy, and it's crazy that this is like more than 4 years ago in 4K, y'all. Well, I'm not sure if this is 4K. It's probably 1080p, but y'all get it. Nah, I can't show the bodies, Raven. Can't show the bodies. The YouTube, even though it's on YouTube will say something about it. So you kind of see where everybody's is seated. And there you go. Yeah, they definitely really not putting the story together, even if they did have a motive, I wonder if they'll show it here. Hold on, let's see, y'all. If they'll show the car going to the hospital in this video. All right, I wonder is this the studio still? God damn. I mean, obviously y'all want to watch what's going on, but like come on now, we gotta stick to the case. Maybe they gotta watch. Maybe they gotta watch this too. To make sure they're not coordinating or cooperating. Some of the dudes back at the studio not coordinating and cooperating with what's probably going on in the car. So obviously you gotta look at everything. So. And plus, they might have a Rico, so they're probably just keeping an eye on everybody. If they don't get you here, they'll get you there. All right, let me see if I can speed this up real quick. Yo, they really think we were gonna sit here for like half an hour and watch this camera. Watching niggas walk back and forth. Nope. Like these people are just walking around in the museum. Like, nigga. Boy, my man went to the studio to walk around like shit. Y'all not recording? Denver Nuggets are the champions. I'll never watch basketball again. That's funny as hell. Dang. Shout outs to the Nuggets. Damn, when the last time they've been the champions? All right. All right, let me see. We'll let this play for a little bit. Let me see what else we got. Hold on. But yeah, people are trying to say, oh, Melly told and all this other shit, or he gave himself up. Nah. Nah.
Prosecutors
Hold on,
are given great power, endless resources.
Make sure you guys like and subscribe. Hold on, y'all. I think this is it. See, they got him in. They got him on here, like what we were talking about earlier. UFO kamikaze. They got this man on here smiling, and somebody will doctor this, you know. So.
Tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they say, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fired casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address, that it's a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by.
Okay, so that makes sense, obviously, to see if they were followed or if their killers or whatever was at the recording studio plotting on them. Okay, so
In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamel Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamel Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, you use on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamel Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamel Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan. They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those 2 cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So, ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in 2 cars and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this.
So basically, they're going off of how and where their phones are pinging off the tower. Your phone is a big GPS. Okay? It will tell you where you are, how long you've been there, what corner of the house you're in, how long you stayed in that corner of the house, like all that shit. Okay? All right, let's go.
Homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamel Demmons exits that vehicle and stages that driveway. Because, ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out, setting up any sort of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 in the morning. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped. We stopped the car and Mr. Demmons on the side of the highway got out of the gray Jeep and got into the red Mitsubishi. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details, because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you is the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep. And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side. And then from the rear of the vehicle, forward towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters.
Now notice her choice of words and the you know, the air quote, when the drive-by was staged. So now she's putting in their head that it didn't even happen. They were already dead. She know how to paint a story, y'all. She know how to paint a story.
In the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas. You will hear from the medical examiners, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it. The golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determined.
She basically playing with the jury's intelligence. Use your head here, people. Okay, I know you've took this back in the 6th grade, but it applies now more than ever. Use your head here, people. Use your goddamn head.
So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that is that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamel Demmons all line up at 4:02 a.m. That point, afterwards, Mr. Demmons' phone tracks with the 2 victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Cortland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamel Demons on the side of the road made a FaceTime video chat. At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamel Demons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. It's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamel Demons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning.
I mean, we finding out that these niggas is probably high as hell. High as hell, like YSL, right? Didn't really think, I mean, obviously they didn't really think all of this shit through. I mean, YNW Melly, I already showed you with the whole cell phone thing. He's not the brightest crayon in the box. Like, bruh's not the sharpest tool in the drawer. And I doubt his elevator goes all the way to the top floor. You found one of the 40 caliber shells in the actual car. And where the phones were pinging and where the officers actually searched, guess what they found? 40 caliber shells there too. In that area. So at this point, you're just a dumbass, you know? And at the same time, this is kind of why you use a revolver, you know, that way. So the shells, never mind. Anyway, I mean, I'm not teaching y'all how to get away with murder because we're not murderers, man. We don't do no shit like that. I know I don't. I'm just saying. Listen. The science, they're using the I did it text more than the science. You know, she's really going over the science, and we kind of knew this happened when we were going over the interrogation of Bortland, you know, and they don't even Bortland's they're not even saying anything if he's getting charged as a accessory or a getaway guy. They're not even saying nothing like that. But guess what? They're really trying to throw the book at Melly. And you know, obviously this wasn't the most elaborate thought out crime, you know. So really, you know, what you're really trying to convince people of at this point is to, you know, say, yo, okay, were these guys set up? What was the motive? You know, at this point, it's like, okay, damn, that's interesting. Oh, wow, 40 caliber. God damn, he was blown in the back of the head. Damn, the bodies were hit before. I mean, the bodies were hit after the time of death. Damn, that's crazy. Cell phone pinging. Damn. So it's really showing to a certain degree after they left the studio how everything played out. But the thing is, and where the shots came from and everything, but the thing is, motive. Motive. That's what everybody's waiting for. Motive. Okay. Because this was known within the first, I think, year or two. Motive, y'all. Motive. So she's telling them to use their common sense. Obviously, this was a setup and a cover up. But obviously, you need to have a motive. We live in a day and age where the motive is more than the shit that's in front of you, the evidence. You have to have an agreeable motive. So let's go.
442 specifically. He sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number. 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat. And there are things that are there, and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018 gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamel Demons is a member of the G Shine blood set. This is not a stage personality.
This is a Rico. Anytime you hear in furtherance of a gang, Rico, 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 Rico. What's the first 4 letters in Ricochet? Rico. Damn, I'm good, y'all. All right, let's go.
This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamel Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G-Shine blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamel Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today. We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, "Yo, homie, you good? Let me know something." And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, "My whole floor is coding," that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, "I did that." Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard?
We have 5 minutes.
You recess?
5 minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Discuss the case in the present. Certainly no research, just keep on the chair. Thank you.
Man, who the hell ever thought that YNW Melly would be like the new OJ Simpson? Like we know he did the shit, but it's like, I don't know, they may have got you there, buddy. May have got you there, partner. I don't know.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury said that. Counsel remain all the defendant. And is this the attorney's Mr. Demons? Any restroom break right now? No, sir. Nope. All right. We're in recess. 5 minutes. Thank you.
identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with 2 dead bodies, a car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket. Not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And he said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location. To see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you've pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location. Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who were they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they describe as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these 2 people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of I had word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Colbert. Who is he? He is a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your niggas. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Colbert, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Colburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20? And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, we coming at that Jeep. Can't remember the quote. You're gonna hear about it. And essentially it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime? You've already determined who your defendant will be.
So he's making a strong argument that it's botched, but at the same time, they're handling it and they went out of their way and did everything sloppy because they want to just pin it on YNW Melly. Oh, it's him. He did it. Why weren't you professional? We weren't professional because he did it. He did it. He did it. So it's basically like they're already playing the blame game. And this, to a certain degree, keeps YNW Melly in a position of a victim. Not only a victim because his friends were murdered, but it proves in another light that he's a victim because he wasn't getting a fair trial or a fair case or whatever because he was already being accused of being the murderer. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to be an interesting play out. So,
and when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is a year and a half before, they said, oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career. Who told him that? Without talking to a soul. So it took him a year and a half to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, hey, did you commit the murder? No. Were you in the area? No. Where were you? Well, I could have been at work. At work where? Any one of 3 places. Okay, could you give me a work schedule? As though that would prove anything. He says, well, I can get it now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me. Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. Include, oh, he's not there, wasn't him, case closed. Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You're going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these 2 young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have botched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses. That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is, they send a cop to go arrest them, they throw them in jail, that's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are 2 grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses.
Same.
You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for.
They're both gaslighting the jury when you think about it. They're both looking at the jury. They're both telling the jury, use your brain, people. Use your brain. Literally. Gaslight much. Use your brain. That's what's being told. All right.
They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. DeMond's possession. What they fail to tell you is that they come across evidence that Mr. DeMond got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their theory. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamal DeMond. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theory. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. Investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt and what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, If you say, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. We should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you. Counsel, you ready to proceed? Want to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amenger.
Yes, good morning, you all. Ms. Jessica Menga. Welcome. Come on through this your witness stand. What I'd like you to do is remain standing for a bit. You put your things down. Thank you. Just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Full legal name is Jessica Menga. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica, last name Amengor.
Thank you.
Her voice deep as shit. Yes, sir. My name is Jessica.
Please have a seat. Mr. Menga, that microphone doesn't move back or forward. It will only adjust up or down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Menga. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, state of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sole position, and then 6 years now as a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes that responded into serious bodily injury or death, that was fine as well.
And can you tell us about your training and experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer, training officers as they get hired, continued my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications that I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes. So as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies, newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets. There's one officer stand by to prevent things from happening, and then obviously anything that was transpired, call for additional resources to assist them.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 19.
So yeah, this is who I figured it was. Okay, so when Bortland got to the hospital, I think this is the first person that that was in contact with him. So I guess they're gonna ask him about. They're gonna ask her about how was he acting, the body, what state it was in. Did he have blood on him? Blah blah blah. So this should be the first responder, I guess, that he that saw him as soon as he got to the hospital with the car with the 2 dead bodies in the car. Man, this is a crazy ass case, y'all. All right, let's go.
201 Southwest 172nd Ave.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right. And where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, right there at the security desk, there's 2 entrances or 2 doors, but it goes with the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, I'm sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so On October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk, and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. A vehicle that's been involved in the shooting, you can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact,
man, they trying everything in they power to really go over this story. She basically followed protocol. All right, contact the right people. She basically followed protocol, so she's not the only person viewing or witnessing this, and basically following protocol. All right, here we go, y'all.
you exit the ER,
Yes.
correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We have several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there was multiple bullet holes in the side, they weren't moving. Somebody was able for me to help them. They'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes. So I immediately, after radioing in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me. Put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist. I didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walked in, we parked the vehicle, there's like a decent sized sidewalk area for people to, pick which other door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, suspect information, where I need, other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area. And then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off a highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he was stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story. He's going like this because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat as he was driving to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Cortland Henry?
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked a detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as states A for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your memory?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states A as states 1.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be admitted.
See, but the thing about this case, which is perplexing to a certain degree, is that it's kind of playing into YNW Melly's defense, because it's like, okay, if they got all of this evidence and all of this stuff is happening, and there's all these gaps and stuff in the evidence, other than, okay, we quote unquote believe that we have the killer, why are they still being lazy with the case? You know what I'm saying? Because if we started getting into certain details, it's gonna be like, hey, you know. But I think what really happened is that, okay, they're I think it's what he said, they botched it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they thought they had the killer, and they thought it was going to be an open and shut case. So within the next couple of weeks, they really started getting lazy with the investigation and lazy with the evidence. And I think that's what killed the case, because it's like, hey, well, the story's unfolding. He says he's not guilty, blah, blah, blah. You're going to have to get evidence. You know what I'm saying? And they thought they had enough evidence, and obviously not, because they don't have the smoking gun. And they're really trying to stress the cell phones and the towers and this, that, and the third as a smoking gun. But, like, come on, man. Like, I get it. I know what they're talking about, but it's like, nigga, a pedometer. Nigga, what the fuck were you doing? Jogging, my nigga? You know, you're in a car. And there's certain times where your phone is moving and your phone thinks that you're walking, but you're actually in a car. You know what I'm saying? It happens all the time. Trust me, I know. You know, there's several times where your phone's like, oh, you taking this amount of steps. It's like, nah, nigga, actually, I'm on a one wheel. Nice try, though. You know, or something like that. So, hey, you know, the phones aren't always accurate. You know? So, I don't know. All right. So, all right, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. Need lights dim, Council?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hold on.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the property. Is an ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance. And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance. What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, where you see those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through.
All right, this is the video I was looking at a little bit earlier, y'all. I was looking at a piece of it. I don't know if they're gonna blur the bodies out, but it's only 3 of us in here anyway. So look, keep this between me and you. We about to get up out of here. 5 hours and 5 minutes into the podcast. If you guys are still here, make sure you guys like, subscribe, put a 1 in the chat, support the channel, support the channel. Let's try to get at least 2 more supporters before we get out. Let's go. Let's check it out. All right, y'all.
The dashes are for when the see pedestrian is walking across into the yard. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the 2 doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is a security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the person made.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue.
What's going on, Tampa?
I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Okay.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my control radio.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling security guard I need medical staff. I'm putting on gloves to check for pulse.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so yeah, they thank God. All right, they blurred it out. They blurred it out, but you gonna see the body on the stretcher. The stretcher is white. So y'all about to. All right, here we go.
And I see at this point that looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department itself?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Hession.
So the reason why the officers pulled up there and cut on their lights, the reason why they pulled up there and cut on their lights, I didn't think about it until it was mentioned. You know, because these, you know, the courts and a lot of the guys and people that's talking about this, they're pretty thorough. But I didn't realize this at that point. But then again, it makes sense. That Jeep being there with the bodies removed from it basically turned that area of the hospital into a crime scene. You know, because don't move the Jeep, don't do nothing else with it. However, it's there. You need to keep it intact because you could be destroying evidence. You know what I'm saying? Don't sweep away the glass. Don't do any of that. After the bodies are removed and everything, make sure you keep everything in that car because you could be destroying evidence. All right. So yes, the hospital was closed down at that part for a little bit while that Jeep was there, so they could basically keep everything intact. So yeah, it turned into a crime scene. So let's go. And I wonder if there's another camera view showing YNW Melly's face when they seen that. You know, you seeing two of your friends getting wheeled away on a stretcher. Two of your friends getting wheeled away on a stretcher. Bortland too. Where the hell is Bortland? You know, he got released for a little bit and then did some stupid shit, went right back to jail. They just got Melly sitting there. And now, you know, it's kind of, as this case is playing out, the possibility now is kind of changing because obviously they were saying there was no gunpowder wounds. No gunpowder, you know, on Bortland. You know, and then even if there is gunpowder on Bortland's hands or whatever, and you know, they say he had to change of clothes, you know, you never know. He could have been returning fire. He probably could have gotten into a gunfight or whatever or anything. So, you know, I mean, is the powder that they found, is it the same type of gas that that was found on the bullet that were in those two men? We don't know. So let's see how this plays out because they're presenting new evidence and they're talking to people that has actually been there. So interesting, huh? Ten to 11 people in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. We're in overtime at the moment. Definitely past the 5 hour and 17 mark of this podcast. Definitely, you know, this podcast definitely has been going on for a good minute. So make sure you guys share. And if you guys have missed anything, you know, definitely make sure you guys check out the replay of this video. I'm going to try to keep it as short as possible. But make sure you guys like and subscribe. Let's try to get 3 more supporters for today's show. You can support by hitting the Cash App at PTV888. That is PTV888. Or the Super Chat. Or you can use the PayPal, you know. I'm gonna do another show in a couple of hours, but definitely want to make sure we get as much you know, as much information in this show as much as possible. Okay, so let's go.
Excuse me. Sure.
left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. If they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk, or words to that.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital. So anybody Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked into the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken into that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep.
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Cortland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down.
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
Unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Sure. Can I have one moment?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Council, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log?
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that council just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes,
ma'am. Nothing further on it.
Council, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Well, you may step down. Thank you. Recording next witness.
Take a look on John Ketchen.
Good morning. Are you John Henry?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. This is our witness stand. Come on up here for a second. When you get there, just remain standing. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please state your full name and for the record.
Full name is John Hedgen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen. Yep.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you will not move back or forth. It just goes up or down, just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Council, you may
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hutton. How are you today?
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
Currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Marijuana Police Department,
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
a little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Marijuana Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, we had in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all that stuff.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes,
What was your job description?
road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift.
Man, them captions, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. If you would have solely be depending on captions and shit like that, man, y'all be mad as shit. Them captions got all the wrong words, all right? All right, let's go, y'all.
Shifts, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I have not responded to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And from Memorial Regional, or Miramar, Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sally Port area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle, I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw 2 victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, will set up crime scene tape. If anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Mengor.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times of which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they're on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Amangor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was a detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
Okay. And the next officer that is documented?
Officer Torres.
After that?
Myself.
After that?
Officer Cox.
After that?
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at, Now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad,
Who else?
Officer Valdez,
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Onboard, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are of someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Step.
And what purpose is Sergeant Step in there for?
I believe he was one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was just part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez.
After that?
Sergeant Worth.
And who?
Officer Barrera.
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Berglund and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell.
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told them they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with him.
No further questions, Alex?
Others any cross to this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect?
Yeah.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Judge. Can I read it?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence. Certain no research. Just leave your notepad on your chair. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Yo, this is the part that they need to start showing in these drill videos. What all do you want from me? Hey, y'all, send them 2, 2, 3s. Fuck that, nigga. This is what you need to show. That 1,000-mile stare. Like, it's like, bruh, I'm sitting in a courtroom. First of all, I know why the fuck I'm here, but honestly, in this case, no pun intended, why the fuck am I here? You got all of these people talking about a whole story right in front of you. And honestly, obviously you and your lawyers, y'all got y'all game plan or whatever, but to a certain degree, because they make sure you don't know. Remember, I told you, police and everybody can lie to you all the hell they want to, but let you lie to them, it's your ass. You dig? That's your ass. Okay? Y'all make sure y'all like and subscribe. I've been giving y'all the game this whole fucking time. If you ever find yourself in a jam, just refer back to some of the things I've said in this podcast, okay? All right? Dated a lawyer woman. She told me some real shit. I'm not going to lie. This is one of the most realest women I've ever dated. She was going through law school and everything. Man, you know what she told me? I think another guy told me this later on. A couple people actually told me this later on, but she was the first person to really tell me. She said, a good lawyer knows the law. You know, a good lawyer, they know the law. They went to law school, they study. A good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge. All right? I'm giving y'all some real game. Good lawyer knows the law, great lawyer knows the judge. That's some real fucking shit. Okay? And no matter how much records you make or whatever, bruh, this is what it boils down to. And it's like, you know, I think this nigga did it though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. Look, I fucks with YNW, man. I love the music and shit like, but nigga. Nigga, I'm not stupid. You know what I'm saying? They not neither, you know, obviously, but I don't know. Like you kind of you don't, but then again, you got a case. You know, you got a case. I'm not gonna say it's a good case. It's fucked up. Nobody wins when the family feuds, but I don't know, man. I don't know. It's kind of equal on both sides. There's a lot of people saying that he can make it. There's a lot of people saying he's not going to make it. There's a lot of fake YouTubers running around, you know, with just certain little details and stuff. And it's like, get the views. Yeah, it's cool, you know. But it ain't looking good like cataracts, my guy. You know, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But this should be the face of them drill videos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you want to do all of that drilling and killing and drug dealing? Well, hey, you know, this nigga talk about some. I used to steal people's iPhones, and once you realize that it's locked, and you hand me back the phone, thinking I'm gonna unlock it for you, I drive off. Well, okay. Well, okay. He made 1,800. You know what I'm saying? He made a band and a ball a week. Look where you at now, my guy. All right, let's go.
Jury entering.
Thank you. Let the record reflect the approach of the defendant, this counsel, state attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, jury, please proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, in your absence, I had Gary leave two transcripts on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr. Bertrand, please. Good morning, you are Hector Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
To state that full name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Spell
Jr.,
your first and last name for the court report.
Hector, E as in boy, Ertrand.
Thank you. Please be seated. Bertrand, the microphone in front of you only adjusts up or down, not back and forth, all right? See a little too high. All set, ready to go? Count you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, during our police department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
See, they gotta do stuff like this to convince you. I mean, obviously we all know. I mean, they gotta do stuff like this to convince you, the jury, everybody else in the courtroom, that certain people are qualified to talk about certain things. Basically I'm qualified to talk about what's being talked about here. And my word is good on what's going on. I'm certified. I've taken academy training. I've had X amount of hours in this and X amount of hours in that. I basically know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, so that's what this is, to relax everybody, to let everybody know, hey, what's being said is said from a professional. Okay, all right. So all of this stuff is good, but this is kind of rolling back to what YNW Melly's defense is saying, where it's like, okay, well, have y'all been super thorough in y'all investigation? Do we understand the science, the forensics and everything and all that other stuff? But where's the ball being dropped? And the more people they keep bringing up here to talk about the case and their involvement and stuff like that upon the discovery of certain things, it's kind of gonna play back into the hand of YNW Melly's defense later. But I don't know. Let's see if they had a change of heart with YNW Bortland. You know what I'm saying? He changed his clothes. He had gunpowder on his hand. That meant he fired a weapon. So we'll see. Let's see how good the forensics is after. Or is it correct with what and obviously his legal team will do this to also get some information, because the more you know, the more you know, obviously. I guess he wants to see how much they know. So, let's see if he can bait them into giving up information and seeing if their thoughts on Bortland has changed. Is Bortland locked up? So it's not just YNW Melly sitting there or whatever. Let's see.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So drawing your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it, and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So Detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not gonna ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay, once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on or shower, so, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out. And so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay, with regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar, Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, county line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound.
Westbound on Pembroke Road?
Yes.
It depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to Defense Counsel marked as States B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict before you show the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request to move States B in as States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
Thank you.
States B, Mark States B.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. Thank you so much. So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Gary, one second. Gary,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you.
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel?
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel, do you need to move please? So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Yes.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'm going to start with Bo Camper's Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, believe right.
What's going on, brother love?
Here,
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here, there's a Home Goods, there's a Chick-fil-A, there's a gas station here in the corner, there's a Benihana's, there's a Home Depot. Anthony's, Cold Pizza, there's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm gonna stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yes.
And
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is, I believe, here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and a liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated is on Miramar Parkway before 172nd, if you were headed westbound?
It's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target.
Okay. Does 172nd run north and south?
North and south, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs again east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road and it goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming into court today. Don't let the ladies and gentlemen Jersey.
Now they're going over all of this with them because obviously YNW Portland lied about the location of the crime and everything. So they need to run this information by the jury, because later on they're going to show you where the cell phones have been pinging the towers and exactly where the crime actually took place and where the shell casings were found from the I ain't gonna lie, 40 caliber. That's a big ass gun. That a 40 cal. They're gonna show you where they found at some point. I don't know if it's on a later date, but they're basically gonna show where they found the 40 cal shells outside versus probably the same shell that's been fired by the same gun on the inside of the actual SUV. And remind you that Jeep is a rental. It's a rental car. All right. So let's go.
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th in the second map?
Yes.
To your knowledge and experience working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately
Yes.
correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here, at this time, the state requesting the states C in, is states 3 and published to the jury?
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot attest it.
I see you do. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
state C or state C3.
To be able to publish the reason of the jury, slightly larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Okay, and you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around there somewhere.
And if you can indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes.
160th?
And Miramar Parkway, 160.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd and Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of States C. We're going there. Show the Pollo Tropical again, please, if you'd be so kind. Okay. And then the Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes, and there's another development here, I can't remember the name of it, but this here is Sunset Lakes and runs west.
And Sunset Lakes you're indicating is west of 184.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes.
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
In his statement.
So I'm going to first start, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States D for identification purposes only. Look at that and do not show that to the jury. Does that map fairly and accurately depict Miramar from from State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States D in as States 4 and request permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States D or states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of States D, if you'd be so kind, Detective. The address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street. Was that address made familiar to you as part of this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's another guard gate down there somewhere.
So is it fair and accurate to say that this is Southwest 40th Street right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the map.
Objection.
From sidewalk.
These officers saw things, the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So, what happened, well, got to the left. Okay, tell me what happened. And I was playing music, you know, I was already doing sleepy. Almost on, you know what I'm saying? And like, just out of nowhere, like, gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So, and I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car, and I almost cut.
Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from?
From Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take?
I took I-75, 595 to
75. Then you took 75 south?
That's what it's like. If you come from Fort Lauderdale and you take 595,
yeah.
So you get off, you get off the expressway, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then we got off at Miramar, and then when I got past, you know, the 3turn signal,
Yeah.
when I got past that,
Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in?
I was getting off the exit. When I got off the exit, after that light, when you make the right,
Yep.
I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing through the light, you know what I'm saying?
What lane were you in?
I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane.
Left, you on the far left side? Yeah. Okay. And so you were already turning on the Parkway, or you were starting
I said I was already off the exit.
Yes.
Off the exit. I'm already off the exit. You know what I'm saying? I made it right.
Okay.
Three minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going from there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? When you going west, or I was going like, you know, west is this way, right? No. Okay.
What actually happened? Where are you going?
We're going. I was going to our house.
Which house is?
Our house is over in Silver, right by Silver Lake.
Okay.
1805 Southwest 4th Street. Over I can't really like. What is it? It's 1805. 1805. 1805. 21. Southwest. 44th Street. What? 44th Street. Okay, so you're going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right. Like getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying? To go west. Yeah, here comes south by 75 and you take the west. Okay, yeah, you make a there's 3 turn lanes that go right. Okay, so you made a right. Can you get to Dice? I'll knock you down. I don't know. Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's that's where the shopping center is. On the right hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah,
you talking about like Chick-fil-A or something like that?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Right? I got like around that area, and I started getting when I heard it, I was just like, you know what I'm saying? I felt it, and I almost crashed the car. So I hit the head a little bit. But, you know what I'm saying, I almost crashed the car, and I like, didn't stay up a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything, because I'm like trying to avoid from getting shot. Like, I'm blessed to be there. Like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, I was, the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life out there. And the car is rolling. I don't know what car, which way it is, you know what I'm saying? Nothing.
You have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything. Like I was.
Here's the hard part, what we're having a hard time to understand, is that we shut down that entire area, and we got officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Well, I'm telling you, bro, that's about it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your 2 friends died. Are these your good friends?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's my,
These you're two, I'm assuming close friends,
no.
and you're doing them an inservice by not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like how. What do you want?
How do you make shell cases disappear?
I don't know. I cannot tell you about a shell case, and I'm driving, ducking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get it. And you telling me, you telling me about this shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be worried about it. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not for you to worry about, but if you tell me it happened there, there's gotta be some evidence there. There's gonna be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here from when you guys opened the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's gonna be a broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's gonna be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's gonna be stuff, evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but you know, which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to be straight up with us. Okay, listen, I know you may be maybe you're scared, you know, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no disservice. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the cluster by hitting medium. You know what I'm saying? I'm God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
I look up and see them like how they looking. What the fuck? You think I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
Well, you know, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, you know, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you got some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but it got me. But also like it's crazy because people they didn't try us. You know what I'm saying? They like. They talk like on social media, you know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying,
it's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so he was telling me like, right, he always telling me right how people just like today he was telling me some folks from our way.
What's up your way?
Like, girl, like, that's why I used to stay, you know what I'm saying? So, I grew up there, so, that's our hometown, you know what I'm saying?
So what did your friend say about, from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying, he basically just like, you know, like, his friends, just doing Facebook, like, saying this, like, folks like, that's like, don't even, like, I know. They were just hating this.
First of all, if you're up and coming, you know, in the music business, you're going to be all over social media. That's how you make your mark.
Yeah.
So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I'm a big fan. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into that stuff. I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like, already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life. Already was like I be having like that on my own stuff back down south. I mean up top, north, from her beach, and she has to stay with a friend right now. And my little sister stay with her. My little sister trying to grow up fast and stuff like that. So you support them? You know, how you support them? If we make use of my own little sign, he kind of like contributes. You know, yeah, we're going on like it.
What's Anthony Williams? What's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Sec? How you spell that? S-A-K. S-A-K? And that's how he's known on social media as Sec? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie.
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y? And what do you know as?
I'm just known as my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
My name.
By your name? Yeah, of course. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's like
the
the
gas
curve.
station.
That's like the curve. Part of the curve.
Yeah, yeah.
And
That goes like that. Yeah.
it's like on down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's on down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I'm telling you. I got on down.
You near the Chili's?
Where's Chili's? Like Polo Truck Curl.
Polo Truck Curl's on the other side of 75.
No, they have one. They have a new one. Close to 172.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah, they have to
Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone. Awesome. Yeah, all right.
It's close to 172.
You know where the
What's going on, Nicer? Everything is well. I was looking for your email. Haven't seen it. If you can forward it to me. You said hold on.
Target is at?
So they're going over what Bortland told the I guess he told this detective or the other detective. So they're kind of going over locations and everything. And honestly, this is more like a example / hearing, because Melly's just sitting there taking notes, and guess he got to be present. So anyway,
Where the new Pollo Tropical is being built? Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got like around the
Is that where the shooting happened?
close to 172.
So you know where Target is at?
Yeah, I know.
The Target?
About Polo Truck Curl. I know.
Okay, so is that where you were at? Where the shooting happened?
I was just telling y'all that's why I got off the exit and stuff like that.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet? You passed Chick-fil-A. Did the shooting happen?
I got on past,
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
He said at the time I passed it,
Yeah.
like a little after, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you pass the light over here, the second light, after you pass the exit, there's a light there, you turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And then I got right on past the light. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Right on past the light, sir. And no bullshit, bro. No bullshit. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but like the car's still rolling. And like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen, you know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the median? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there?
Yeah, on the trip. Yeah, on the trip. Georgia.
You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's like ducked up, right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, you know, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants. And then there's the regional park. Then after the regional park is where the Target is at and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, you know, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right,
Hey, how about if we get in front of your show us? You wanna do that?
Okay, bro. Yeah, we can. But like, after that, like, I'm this shit, like, it's like bringing my anxiety and shit. Like, I can't, like, they're really dead right now. I just seen these men in the car, dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with me.
They stay with who?
They stay at the same place.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they? Who's 21? Anthony is 21?
Yeah.
And Chris is 20?
You can't give me any names that was you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We trying to, not really, because like,
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use,
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram, really. That's the only thing I be on. They be on everything else. They be on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW. Yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW band.
Band? B-A-N-D?
Yeah. May I ask
Just to help us figure out what, if there's
like beat and stuff. Yeah. Y'all not really seeing it like my face is like.
Yeah, but then we'll meet your friend's page, we'll meet your friends.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand.
What about Anthony's?
YNW,
SAK, Jason,
Sack Chaser.
all together? And then what about Judy? What's YNW stand for?
Young New World.
Yeah, and then Chris and Anthony, are they both from Vero Beach too? Where are they from?
Anthony's from there.
You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
Anthony's mom's name is Jana.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? Jada or A? Thomas? What about Anthony? Oh, Jana is Anthony's? What about Chris's?
Do they live here or in Barrel? The mom.
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Into Chanel. And his brother.
Jamel's brother?
Nah, and goddamn, nah, my cousin, Jacoby, agent.
What's Jamel's last name? What is it?
D-E-M-O.
And they haven't had enough calls lately? Who? Your roommates.
That's what I'm saying, like everybody, then people been saying like stuff is squashed, stuff like that.
They said stuff was squashed?
People have said stuff is squashed.
Who is squashed with?
Oh, people that don't, like, I know they.
Which would just, enlighten us, Phil saying, helps us know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name? What is it? Bentley? That's his real name, that's just what we call him.
That's his real name.
And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
See him laughing and shit makes him look. It makes him look bad. Shout outs to Nicer in the building. Nicer said good night. Take care. Yeah, I'm about to be up out of the building. I will be back in the next couple of hours. This podcast has gone on for 6 hours and 29 minutes. Listen, y'all make sure y'all like, subscribe. We'll be right back. Shout outs to everybody that supported today's show. Let's let me see what time it is. It's already almost 1 a.m. in the morning, probably 1 a.m. on the East Coast, 1:56, 12:56 in Texas. Okay. Look, we'll be right back with more details. Look, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Peace. We out. Let's go.
En las profundidades del Congo, un envejecido guerrero lucha por el futuro de su familia. Macumba, un gorila occidental de tierras bajas de 200 kilos de peso.
Macumba es el protector del grupo y puede resultar extremadamente agresivo. Cuando extiende los brazos parece que va a cogerte.
Let me know when they ain't going inside. Let me know. Somebody let me know when the hand goes inside of the thing. I got you, yeah.
I can't believe I beat a woman. If you weren't such a self-hating, hair hat wearing bedwench, I would have made you wife number 14 by now. Wake up, sis star. Menstruation's a choice.